Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of the Talos Principle 2. Now, for anyone that's been following these streams, you're probably a little surprised to hear me saying that, because I did conclude our last stream by saying that we were going to discontinue this series, or at least put it on indefinite hiatus, on account of the fact that there's next to no viewership for it, which is all very true. But to my great surprise, yesterday I think it was, when I checked YouTube, I saw that there were some comments from a couple of lovely people who were very kindly pointing out that, very politely pointing out that they would rather I continue the series and that they've been enjoying it. I did not realise that I had a small number of viewers on YouTube. I always upload the videos from these streams to YouTube for posterity, but I genuinely had no idea that there were people there that exclusively watch my content on YouTube and enjoy it. So I've changed my mind. I guess I will be. I'll be continuing the game for a while longer at least. I won't 100% commit to finishing it, but I'm perfectly happy to keep going for now. So yeah, that's had to get that out of the way. With that said, I suppose I should give a very brief recap of the story. I always struggle with this. Every time I say, well, for people that aren't familiar with this game, there's a lot of lore. In fact, there's 2 whole games worth of lore, and I can't possibly tell you all of it now, so I'll just give you the short version, and then I finish the short version and we're 9 minutes into the stream. I mean, I'll try again. I will try to cover the important details briefly. We are an android. Homo sapiens are dead. They're extinct. The reason why I say Homo sapiens as opposed to humans is because these androids were the creations of the last Homo sapiens before they went extinct, and they considered themselves to be their descendants. They may not be biological life forms, but they are the ones that are holding the torch of civilization, as it were, of human civilization. So these androids call themselves humans. What else is really important information? The way that they ended up creating these androids is they made the bodies before the disease wiped all humans out. That's how the humans died. There was a disease that proved extremely deadly. They created the bodies and put them in storage before they died out, but they couldn't at that time create a human-level artificial intelligence, so instead they built a supercomputer that was running an evolutionary algorithm to create more and more sophisticated AIs, generation by generation. And ultimately, when that computer had finished its job, it then uploaded the most fit AI that had been produced to an android body. And then after that, that android combined the various members of the last generation of androids. They mixed and matched their the components of the AI to create new individuals, and they uploaded them to more android bodies. They founded a settlement called New Jerusalem, and they also notionally set a goal to reach 1,000 individuals, which was difficult because they had some android bodies left over from the Homo sapiens that they had built, but not enough. Nowhere near enough, so they had to then, from scratch, because like almost everything the humans had built had collapsed by now, they had no infrastructure, they had to from scratch build up industry to the point where they could actually manufacture new android bodies. At some point in this period, the goal of reaching 1,000 individuals became a limit. They weren't supposed to go over 1,000 because they were worried about the environmental impact of having too many individuals, which they think was part of the problem that the Homo sapiens, the original humans, us, faced. They think that overpopulation was a big part of why things went wrong. But now they are suffering serious problems due to shortage of people, shortage of resources, etc. They are not going out there developing their technology in the way they're supposed to. We are Android 1000. Our birthday is called Completion Day. It's a day when they hit the goal. And on that day, they were contacted by a hologram calling itself Prometheus. They do not have hologram technology, incidentally. Telling them to go to an island where they will find... I've forgotten what Prometheus even said they'd find there, but they invited them to come to this island. We went there and we found all this advanced technology, which is well beyond anything that we can produce, and we eventually have worked out that it seems to have been an offshoot of our own civilization from New Jerusalem. Specifically, the original android, Android 1, calling herself Athena, apparently seems to have come here, built herself a daughter, and has built all this advanced technology without the knowledge of New Jerusalem. And it's not entirely clear why she did this, or why there's all this Greek mythology being mixed into things, why there's this android Sphinx, holographic Sphinx, holographic Prometheus, holographic Pandora, all of which you seem to have different opinions on our presence here. Some of them, all but Prometheus don't seem to want us to be here. It's all very confusing and we're trying to put things together. So there we go. Again, we're just coming up to 10 minutes now, but I've tried to recap things as quickly as I could. Triptych. Interesting. Or is that tri-tich? I don't know what that would mean. What components do we have here? We have an accumulator and an RGB converter. That's very interesting. And I need to produce blue and green. I think I understand how to do that. That, on the face of it, doesn't seem all that difficult. I just charged the accumulator from the RGB converter. So most of this game is going to be us, solving puzzles like this. An RGB converter will take... There we go, that was easy enough. It'll take two colours, two inputs, out of the three possible ones, red, green and blue, and it'll produce whatever the one it hasn't been given. So in this case we're giving it red and we're giving it green from the accumulator, and it's producing blue. But originally I got the green by combining the blue and the red into the RGB converter, and then the output I put into the accumulator. The accumulator just gets given a colour and then it remembers it, and then it can output it, apparently forever. It's quite the impressive little device. Anyway, that's how I solved that puzzle. Excellent. Oh, one of the lovely people on YouTube told me that if I haven't discovered something in an area, I'll see a question mark on... Oh, like that. I'll see a question mark on the compass. Okay. Because up till now, I've been navigating the world exclusively using these signs that direct you. I'd actually been very negligently ignoring the compass mostly.
I've been wondering.
Yes?
What made our ancestors settle in these god-forsaken places? It can't have been easy with those frail, squishy bodies of theirs. What makes a caveman go, yes, this frozen hellscape is where I want to live out my days? You think Byron was right? Is it in our nature to be wanderers?
A couple of things there. First of all, I think you are underestimating the environment we're in right now. The place we are in right now looks a lot like Scandinavia to me. This is not a terrible place to live. I will grant you it's a little nippy. You definitely want to wrap up warm. But I mean, look, it's not that cold. That water isn't frozen there. That's fresh water that's just... I assume it's fresh water. I suppose it could be seawater. Probably fresh water that's lapping up against a little land bridge there. There's going to be lots of fish in there, I should think. And why wouldn't there be? Because we know that it's no colder than 0 degrees. I suppose if it's seawater, it could be fractionally under, but not far under. And in the forest, there's going to be lots of wild game. I'll grant you farming would be more challenging here, but although I am not an expert on the subject, my understanding is there are hardy crops that will very happily grow in more northern climes. I mean, look at this is like a lovely place to live. Like, I can think of nicer places to live, but this is not a bad place to live by any means. So that's point number one. Point number two, you say about being, why did humans go to places like this? Okay, so even if we said this is even if we agreed for the sake of a hypothetical that this isn't a great place to live, or we just picked many of the other places where humans have lived that genuinely aren't all that nice, I think the main reason why humans go to these places and live there is to to find new bits of land to be their own. I think what happens is you end up with a human population in a given area, like a central point where originally humans came from, probably somewhere in Africa. Well, we know that's the case, somewhere in Africa. And then, after a while it would have got overpopulated. After a while there would have been more people there than the environment could easily support. So some of those people then spread out and went to the adjacent areas, and the human population increases, and then you get that over and over and over again. And what you would probably see is that they would preferentially go for the areas that are easy to live in, but as those areas fill up, then the next places they have to go to would be slightly less hospitable. And if it's a choice between being feeling the pressures of overpopulation or going somewhere where it's slightly uncomfortable, well, humans will tend towards the slightly more uncomfortable, it seems. I mean, I'm reminded, this is a kind of a more extreme example, but I'm reminded of that quote from Milton, where in Paradise Lost, I think, where Satan is saying, I'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven, or something to that effect. I've forgotten the exact expression. I can probably find it, actually. If I start with better to rule in hell. Oh, that was it. Better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. The opportunity to Well, I suppose I'm making two different points here. One is about having land of your own that you can control and husband as you see fit, being a land owner, as it were. And the other point is about the pressures of overpopulation pushing people out, especially before modern technology, because the more advanced technology gets, the denser a population of humans we can support. And that isn't just to do with, for example, agricultural developments, that we can now produce more crops on the same amount of land and therefore support a larger population, or indeed farm larger areas with fewer people because we now have machines to do it. So we can both make a piece of land more productive, but also farm over a larger area of land without tying up so much manpower. Both of those are true, but also things like the invention of the lock. You might not think locks are that big of a deal, but the problem is there's a reason why why in our very early history we appeared to only form very small settlements, often no more than 24 individuals. And that's because at that sort of size, everyone knows everyone else and there's accountability. Imagine trying to live in the equivalent of a city without locks, if there was no way to secure things when you're away from objects. It would be anarchy. And that's exactly why our ancestors didn't do that. That's why the development of the lock was such a big deal. My point being, more primitive societies are going to feel the pressure of overpopulation much more quickly than more advanced societies would. And so in our early history, we would have felt the urge to spread out much more acutely than we do today. The problems of overpopulation pushing us out and would have been much greater. And as I said previously, there's also the enticement of, well, I could be, say, the fifth son of someone that owns a small holding, and I could, work there the rest of my life but never own it. Or I could just go somewhere that's not quite as nice, but is still fairly nice, or at least, not that much worse. And I could own it all. This could be my land. That's, I think, the root of humans spreading out. It's not so much that we're natural wanderers, though there's not that there's nothing in that. It's certainly true that we were hunter-gatherers a long time before we were farmers. That's true. And I'm sure it's true that when we were hunter-gathering, we would have been in mobile tribes that moved across the land, and over time we probably did explore new spaces and decide, actually, do you know what, in winter, instead of wintering in this spot, we're going to winter in this spot instead because it's slightly warmer or something, or there's more food available. But I don't think that doesn't explain why people would have settled down in hostile environments. Hunter-gatherers would have felt overpopulation even more acutely than the early farmers, and they would have, but they would have also been a lot more. That would have tended to encourage wandering, but equally they would have wanted to have avoided more hostile environments much more, I would have thought, unless they're just travelling through them. If they're travelling through a desert to get from one lush spot to another lush spot, that's fine. But, they wouldn't have hung around in harsh environments for long periods of time. My point being that, while the point about wandering isn't completely irrelevant, I think it kind of misses the point. I don't think that's the root of why human beings would have settled in areas that are more hostile. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that little speech. Let's carry on. What are my choices? No, it's just about resources and population pressure. Yeah, that's more or less a summary of what I said. Yes, I think they came here looking for beauty. Yes, because people are drawn to the idea of building a new society. Yes, we like to overcome challenges, or I have no idea. There's probably a degree of the overcoming a challenge as well, but you have to admit, if there was no resource enticement and no population pressure, they probably wouldn't have chosen to take on such a challenge. Why would they? If they had all the resources they needed in plenty, and their population wasn't great enough that they were feeling the effects of overpopulation, it's very unlikely they would have then deliberately moved somewhere that was more hostile just for the challenge. It's fair to say that if we didn't have a wandering instinct at all, we wouldn't necessarily explore the spaces around us as much as we have, and therefore could have missed opportunities, but I think it is more about resources and population pressure.
How drab. But you might very well be right. Our ancestors didn't have a lot of choices, and they had to be pragmatic.
Yes. I wanted to ask you about something else.
Alright.
Oh, I should get back to work. Where were we? Was it this way to the next one? I know I could use the compass now, but I think I'll continue to use the paths like I had been until I've exhausted everything that I've until I've exhausted everything I find naturally on the paths, and then instead of doing what I had been doing, which is a much more exhaustive search along the paths to find anything I missed, then I'll probably just fall back on the compass and use that instead. Crossing. Accumulator. Jammer. I have a fan there. Where's that going to take me? Over here to where there's a box. And I can get back out. Why? What's the point of this place? Like, the obvious thing to try would be to take the fan over, put the box on the fan or have it in our hand, and then fly back over again. And then we've got the box on this side. But that just seems a bit... And although that could be the part of the solution, it seems like kind of a boring and pointless extra step. Like, if you imagine the rest of this puzzle had already been completed, you know, when the developer was designing it, if you can imagine if they'd already planned out the rest of the puzzle, why add such a trivial step, which also introduces, you know, 2 fans? I suspect there's probably something, especially with a title like Crossing, I think there's probably more to it than that. There's probably something significant about this. We do have a jammer, and I can jam that force field. Have a look through here. I have noticed that to get to the end we need to get a red signal here to that receiver. But I don't know about the rest. A blue receiver. Why? Why is there a blue receiver here? What does that do? It's oh, it probably keeps his force field down so we can use the jammer elsewhere. Presumably here, which lets us get to the red receiver. Okay. Do I only have an accumulator? To be fair, an accumulator is pretty useful. Probably much more. A single accumulators are much more useful than a single connector, I would say. Right, but how do I? Ah, I think I get it. Yes, I think I do. Can I stop either of the fans just temporarily? Doesn't look like it. I was thinking, how do I charge the accumulator if the blue producer's on the other side of a fence? And that's when I realised I probably have to do it in the air, which would be why this would be called crossing, because it's when you're doing the crossing from one side to the other that you can charge the accumulator. The issue is, how do I actually do that? Because I don't think it will receive a signal when it's in my hand. I have to place it down in the world. But I also somehow have to get it onto these fans. Yeah, and we don't get we don't end up on the other fan. We can't have like we can't put the accumulator on the box and then have it. That's an interesting series of 3 square holes. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What was I saying? We can't put the accumulator on the box and then have the box just jumping from side to side. That's not going to work. I don't think this box will get us high enough. No. Ah, could I put it on there just? Would that work? No. And I'm guessing if I pick the box up, the accumulator falls down. Right, so this is the main question. Oh, I've got a jammer. I'm such a fool. That's how I get the box to... Sorry, the fan to stop. And it's charged. That actually worked perfectly. Presumably, yeah, of course you keep your charge. You wouldn't work very well as a component if you didn't. There's the box. Right, put the box on here. And I can use the accumulator to keep... Ah! That was careless of me. I can use the accumulator to keep this force field down, which means I can get the gemmer into this area. Good. Good. Force field's still down. I can get in here now. I could be wrong. I think this should be easy now. Because I can use the jammer to get back out again once it's charged. Right, that's charged now. That goes there. Oops. And we place this down and we should be golden. Huzzah! Wonderful.
There's so much history here that we can't see. The founder must have walked these paths hundreds of times, maybe thousands. Miranda must have stood right where we're standing. This all looks alien to us, but it must have been familiar to them.
If this was their home, where are they now?
They must be inside the megastructure, waiting for us to pass the test. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Not necessarily. I agree with you that's a compelling theory. But couldn't they have come up with a different way to... I mean, it seems so contrived. Like, why go to these lengths just to get us to pass a few tests? And what would the tests even prove? What's the point in testing us? I do need to get that VTuber's mouth working properly. It does bother me when it doesn't track properly. Oh, but as I mentioned before, I haven't figured out what the problem is. Like, it is rigged. I did rig it. I'm not entirely sure why it appears as though the tracking software sometimes has difficulty tracking my mouth properly when I'm talking. I doubt it's the software itself's fault as such. I'm sure there's some calibration that needs to be changed. I just don't know what it is. I could have gone in and done number 4 immediately, but I've chosen to go down this path instead and see where it leads. And there's another branch that we could have taken to the right. Okay. Well, you've certainly got my attention now. Why is there a switch here? I haven't the faintest clue. Okay, I shouldn't go deeper than that. I have been warned that we're water resistant, not waterproof. So there are limits to how deep I should allow us to go. I do like the music in this game a lot. We're heading towards another question mark, I think. Well, I said another question mark. I didn't notice if the last one was a question mark. We're heading towards a question mark. Ah, this is one of the double triangle puzzles. Right. Field of view. That's an interesting name. 2 accumulators, okay, and a red and a blue source. Is that an inverter? That is an inverter. Right, 4 different receivers, and it would appear we need to get them all powered, all 4 of them, to advance to the end of the puzzle. But that appears to be the only problem that's been put before us. This is quite nice, actually. This feels like a very neat, self-contained puzzle, because I believe we already know everything there is to know about it. We just need to figure out how to do it now. Well, if we had 2 inverters, this would be trivial. I'd have the one accumulator here, and I'd have it powering both of these using an inverter. And I'd do the same over here with the other accumulator, but we don't. We have 1 inverter. That's where field of view comes in, I think. I think it's about how many of the receivers we can see at one point, and the fact, crucially, what the accumulator could access. The accumulator obviously doesn't have a field of view exactly because it can't see, but it has a sort of field of operation. It can, it can only produce beams in a 360 degrees around a point, which is where it's been placed. So there is a limit to what it can access. The fact that it's given us both producers, both red and blue, is very interesting. Since that suggests that we probably are going to end up having at least 1 blue receiver receiving blue from a blue accumulator, and 1 red receiver receiving a red signal from a red accumulator. Otherwise we could do it, because alternatively it could have given us 2 accumulators but only 1 of the colours and expected us to use the inverter. Then again, I could do that anyway. If it had just given me a blue producer, I could have just fed it through the inverter and charged 1 of the accumulators that way. So perhaps that inference isn't safe. Yeah, I still haven't figured it out. Because this is such a simple puzzle, it doesn't feel like one that I can explore in quite the same way. I can't just try things out and see what happens and then, trial and error my way to a solution. I kind of need to have a clear plan of what I'm trying to do. Oh, hang on. I take it back. Only 2 of these are going to the force field. Okay, let's do that first. I think I may have been incorrect when I said that... Oh, hang on. Charge this. I think I may have been incorrect when I said that this is all self-contained and we've seen everything we need to solve the puzzle already. I think there is actually more going on here and I missed that. Yes. Right, is there another tool up here somewhere? Ah, this allows us to see a lot more. Although I'm not sure how useful it is. This probably is a big part of it. I mean, I could put an accumulator up here. The trouble is we can already see 2 on one side. That doesn't help very much. What would make a big difference is if I could see this one and one of the ones over there. Particularly if it was the same colour. I have little doubt this is part of the solution though. Ah, hang on. I don't necessarily need to keep that force field down if I'm on the other side of it. I can break this now. Can I pick it up? Can I pick it up from here? Yes. That's going to be key, I think. In fact, I think I can do this now. I don't think I need anything else. I do have my other connector up here, don't I? Yes. There's probably more elegant ways to do it, but I'm pretty sure I can just grab this, connect that up like so, and connect that up like so, and we're done. Yeah, that was nowhere near as difficult as I thought it was going to be.
The particle clouds continue to be exactly the same.
I thought that was going to be... I misunderstood what was being asked of me, and I thought that was going to be much harder than it was. You know, I should probably go around the outside here. Just to see if they've hidden anything. Did I see something there? No, I don't think so. Wellspring. Huh. Wellspring sounds like it's a combination of a well and a spring. A spring being a natural source of water that rises from the ground. You know, like we have, for example, like a chalk spring, where you end up with lots of water accumulating in the chalk underneath the ground, and then at certain points it comes to the surface. And a well being a structure where you a human-built structure which allows you to extract water from the ground. Usually water that's beneath the water table by basically digging a deep hole and then using a bucket on a rope or something like that to pull it up. I suppose it would make sense that you could have a spring that only reveals itself when you dig down a short way. Perhaps that's what they mean. But then what that would have to do with these puzzles, I can't say. I can see the blue receiver here. Ah, is that the producer? It is. Huh. Interesting. How do I get around there? Oh, we do have another connector. That's good. And an accumulator there. Ah, there it is. We do actually already have access to it. That's still going to be... Ah, there's a red receiver. And another red receiver, and I think the other one goes to the... to the end, the little altar that we always go to when we finish a puzzle. But this is still going to be very challenging without access to an accumulator, because there's too many corners we'd have to turn the signal round, I'd have thought. But that said, oh, we do have red already. But that said, the accumulator seems to require us to get to the accumulator. We need to drop a force field, which, for which my statement about this would be much easier with an accumulator is itself true, meaning that presumably we can solve at least this part of the puzzle without an accumulator. I mean, I could probably get a blue signal this far, but then what would I do with it? Well, I don't have a better idea. Get blue over here. The problem is that isn't actually terribly useful because of the fences here. I could get it that far, but without another connector, that's not obviously not going to work. It feels more like I'm supposed to get a signal visible there. But you can see quite clearly, if I'm standing here, there's no way I'm getting the blue all the way from there. There's too many walls in the way. And there's this red producer here. That's one that really intrigues me. Same problem again, there's just like one too many corners for the number of connectors we have. So I can't connect that up in a naive fashion. What am I missing? I don't have an inverter, so obviously I can't do it that way. The thing is, the red receiver is there, right? So I'd have to have a connector on this side of the force field. The other connector that's over there is no good. The other connector that's over there I don't think can see the red. No. There definitely isn't a way to sneak a connector out, is there? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh! I can go through 2 windows here. That doesn't solve it, but that might get us much closer. Yeah, I think that's it. Haha! That's what I was missing. Right. Oh. That doesn't seem to have done anything. Oh, it has. I have the accumulator now. Happy days. Alright. So that's a major breakthrough. The question is, what am I going to try and power next? I guess that? Try and get the red to it. We can give that a go. Right, I can't get the red to the accumulator in one go, but I can do it via a connector. Right, we have a red charged accumulator now. Give that a go, I guess. There's currently a connector I'm not using there, but we'll worry about that shortly. Right, can I get an angle on both of these? Just. Oh, that just let me through here again. That's not actually all that useful. Ah, I think I see how I use the other connector though. I think we've got this solved. I picked this connector up, and I think going through these 2 windows I can get a signal. Okay, I may need to move the connector over there slightly. But I should also be able to get a signal there. So let me pick up the connector that's over here. Where's the other connector? I don't know. Lost track of it. There it is. Let's put it there, right in front of the blue receiver. That will probably be memorable. There it is. Right. I now just need to find a suitable spot to place it. Which is proving a challenge. I think I need to move the other connector over here slightly to make this work. But we have a bit of slack, as it were. There we go. I think that's done it. It has! So I had the right idea, I just had to jiggle it about a bit to jiggle the connectors about a bit to actually make the connections. Wonderful! That's another puzzle solved. Haven't had any lore for a while, have we? We haven't stumbled across one of those labs. Looks like there's a question mark roughly in this direction. Over there, I think. No. Over there. What have I found here? 5. Let's try puzzle number 5, shall we? Balance of forces. Interesting. There's a fan there. Force field that can be dropped using a pressure plate. An accumulator. Box. A blue producer. A blue receiver. Ah, the blue receiver. That's how we complete this. Once we get the... once we get power to the blue receiver, this force field drops and we can get to the end. Right. Okay. I comprehend that I can use this box to drop this force field. I can probably also use it. Do the fans go to each other? Probably. Another blue receiver. Where do you go? Ah, you power the fan. Right. My guess is if I stand on this, I end up on the other fan. I do. So this fan will let us... Sorry, I just wanted to see the scenery there for a second. This fan then will let us set up a box. These pair of fans, I should say, will let us set up a box that goes from one fan to the other. And we could, for example, have an accumulator on there. Hold on, is there a reason I can't just... Oops. Is there a reason I can't just charge the accumulator like so? No, there isn't. So it's not charging the accumulator that's the problem, it's probably connecting it up there? Yes. Okay. I think I comprehend. Over here. Box on here. Pick that up. Power that. Put that on there. I think that'll do it. Oh, it never properly lands. If there are two fans acting on it, it never goes all the way down. This might look bad, but I did notice that there's a ladder here, so we can just climb back out. Beautiful, isn't it? So that blue beam going down there is powering a blue receiver, which is turning this fan on. So the thing that's keeping it in the air is that blue beam, and the other blue beam should be what powers the blue receiver that lets us complete this. Is there anything around here? No. Still, that's another puzzle done. Excellent.
Melville?
What is it now?
Why did you upload a picture of your hand?
Why do you care that my hand is in the picture?
Your hand isn't in the picture, it is the picture.
I like it. It's very artistic.
Let's stay professional, everyone. It's not right to make fun of Melville's comically absurd inability to take decent pictures. She's a hyper-advanced humanoid machine, not a photographer.
You'll pay for this, Byron.
What did you upload a picture of? Interesting design elements. Noting some interesting design elements here. I wonder if that is actually relevant. I wonder if that is going to come up in the future. I don't understand what possible function this structure could have, but it's really, really impressive. Hold on. Could that be its function, just to be impressive? The founder appears to have developed a technology that prints new bodies using those particle clouds we're already familiar with. These bodies come with a protocol for instantly transferring the user's mind. I cannot sufficiently underline how mad this is. The implications would be breathtaking if we breathed. Who wrote this? Melville. There seems to be a number of safeguards, so far I've not been able to get this tech to work outside the puzzles. I did manage to sort of make sense of the mind transfer protocol, however, and uploading all the data I've collected. It will need to be studied extensively before it can be used, but I can think of a lot of potential applications. What really grinds my gears, though, is how casually it's all deployed. It takes us ages to make a new body, and here there's a whole bunch of them doing no more than holding up platforms or standing on pressure plates. Is this all a joke? From the degree to which vegetation appears to have spread, I would guess the megastructure has been abandoned for a while, though the combination of moisture and heat does create an ideal environment for plant growth. What makes it harder to be sure is that some plants have clearly been placed for decorative purposes, so a lot of what we're seeing may have spread from there rather than coming in from the outside. It's surprisingly beautiful, but also kind of creepy. Well, we discussed this at length when we were in there. It's quite clear that it was designed to have a sort of dilapidated look where nature meets what would you call it? Very, well, you know, concrete. I'm not sure you'd call it a brutalist design, but you know, like nature meets the bleak sterility of modern architecture, if that makes sense. But the point is that it was clearly very artificially mixed. It wasn't an or that's what I'm getting at. It wasn't an accident. That appeared to have been its design from the first. They appeared to have deliberately designed the place to look like plant life had spread there, but actually it was clear that it couldn't have. That must, things like the trees and so on were dead giveaways that place had always been intended to have plant life growing in those locations. Although it's true to say that it may have gone more wild than it was initially intended to be. Preliminary analysis. Imagine an ant trying to make sense of a nuclear power plant, an armadillo trying to explain disco music. You get my drift. These particle clouds contradict every known law of physics. What's really shocking here isn't that we're seeing a new and powerful technology, it's what this implies about a grasp of physics. A lot of what we thought we knew must be wrong or incomplete on some fundamental level. A humbling realization. I don't like it. I sent the drone to have a look at another puzzle cluster, but it seems they remain inactive until someone gets there, or until the transport system goes online. I see, and this is up in the north, so we've possibly been there, or possibly will go there. Lost puzzles. Some of the puzzles seem to be disconnected from the rest. They're still functional and can be used to power the bridge device, which means it should be possible to reach the tower without solving every main puzzle, but they don't seem to be properly integrated. Could they be remnants from a previous iteration of the design? Prometheus Spark. The mythological Prometheus was a trickster, and it seems his holographic equivalent has similar tendencies. These sparks seem designed to allow us to skip puzzles, a function which appears to run counter to whatever intent there is behind this place. Still, the terminals for using them are right there in the puzzles, so Prometheus must have some legitimate authority in all this place. Sparks can be recovered by properly solving the puzzles. That point about legitimate authority is very interesting. Sorry, I saw someone walk past while I was reading that. Yeah, okay, we can't speak to Alcatraz right now. Fair enough. But yeah, I suspected as much from the start that Prometheus must, as they say, have some authority in this place. You know, because otherwise, how would he have got the... Either has or had authority in the place, because otherwise how would he have worked the holographic system to notify us in the first place? He'd have had to have known how that technology worked and had experience with it, at a minimum. Oh, there's another hologram over there of a different variety, another recording. I was going to check the social media if I can remember how. Here we go. Proposal, bring back dogs. Please familiar yourself. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Here we go. Franklin. Title says it all. We should re-domesticate dogs. Our ancestors loved dogs so much. They insisted they were amazing companions, full of life and love, man's best friend, and the lives they lived with humans must have been infinitely better than in the wild, so why not bring them back? Libistros. Did you know that the poet Lord Byron wrote a beautiful poem about his dog, Boatswain? He said he had beauty without vanity, strength without insolence, courage without ferocity, and all the virtues of man without his vices. Ovis, is that who our Byron named himself after? Orania. No, he named himself for Robert Byron, the travel writer. That's, Franklin, that's great, but what about my idea? Oh, I assumed that he named himself after Lord Byron. I hadn't heard of Robert Byron before. It's a great idea. Dogs were a beautiful creation. I hope if I say this, next time we go to New Jerusalem, there'll be dogs. Although, to be honest, it would probably take them a little longer to domesticate them. We should breed them back, except pugs. They're better off being wolves. Now, the sad truth is, I don't think this is... I don't like the "we should breed them back except pugs" comment, just because it sounds like you're taking irrational dislike to pugs specifically. But actually, pugs have quite a lot of health problems, I understand, that is rooted in the fact that their snout is so truncated, they can't breathe properly and so on. So actually, I hate to say it, although, you know, I've got nothing against individual pugs, they're lovely dogs, from a sort of ethical point of view, there is a point there. You know, it doesn't seem right to bring a species into existence which is going to inherently have be in a lot of distress due to health difficulties. So I'll probably go with the first option. It's a great idea. Dogs were a beautiful creation, but I do share some sympathy with the view that when breeding them, we should be conscious of what the long-term consequences of some of the adaptations would be. You know, not just have a heart. It's a great idea. Dogs were a beautiful creation. The resources we waste on our cats are bad enough. And you know what cats do to local bird populations? Do we really want to add dogs to that? Franklin, yes we do. Sorry, it was Ovis that said the previous comment. Atal. Could you please refrain from all this "cats are so terrible" talk? What do you think happens in the natural world? Do you think animals don't eat each other? Libistros. I would love to have a dog. We would go on walks together and it would be excited about every new smell, and we would play fetch. It sounds magical to me. Hopefully we've done a good thing today. Incidentally, they've said repeatedly in this game that dogs have turned back into wolves, but they wouldn't have. They would have turned into wild dogs. This has happened repeatedly in, I was going to say human history, but actually some of it is prehistoric. You know, there have been multiple occasions where humans have kept dogs, which obviously were originally domesticated wolves, and then a population of dogs went wild, and then they became wild dogs, which are distinct from wolves. Dingoes, I believe, are an example of that in Australia. But you also have like wild dogs in Africa, for example. And I have no doubt all over the world. Just that little accumulator dancing in the background. What was I thinking? I was talking about wild dogs, wasn't I? I feel like I was going to make another point there, but I've forgotten what it was. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. This is just an interesting little fact. The Native Americans, and I don't just mean in North America, I mean like the Native Americans, the people that spread throughout both the North and South American continents, they had their own dog species, and I mean, I'm sure some of them have probably gone extinct, but I'm sure many of them still exist. When Europeans arrived, they had their own dogs, and there are also American wolf species. There are species of wolf that are completely native to the Americas. What's interesting is that the dogs that the Native Americans had are not descended from the American wolves. They're descended from the European wolves. So what appears to have happened is that one thing with... So there seem to have been several occasions upon which people came to America. I don't just mean the Europeans. I mean, I believe this sort of scholarship can change over time. I believe the current theory was that there were 2 waves of humans into the Americas that ultimately formed the Native American population. But one of the waves came, and I think this was the earlier wave, appears to have gone through Europe, up Siberia way, then into Alaska, and then they spread downwards, and they appear to have brought their own dogs with them. Because, as I say, the dogs that are native to the Americas are descended apparently from the European wolves, not the American wolves. Just thought that was interesting.
Is it possible that on some level, people want to believe that everything's going to get worse? That it's comforting to think that humanity is bad and every solution will just go wrong? Because that way you're never responsible. You never have to take on responsibility for anything outside yourself. Never have to grow up.
Interesting. Interesting thought. There's a question mark over there, isn't there? Still, let's do number 6. Reconnaissance. Interesting. So we have an accumulator. I do like that they have done a good... One thing I should call out here is the fact that the developers have done a good job of giving each of the new tools, and there are quite a few new tools in the Talos Principle just so far. There may well be many more that we've yet to see. But so far they've done a really good job of giving them each a unique and interesting visual design. Yeah, so that you can see from a distance what they are. Like, I can just see that that's an RGB converter and that's a driller. And as I was coming in, I could just see that that's an accumulator. It may sound silly, but that needn't have been the case. They could have done a much worse job, and they didn't. So hats off to them. Right, we have a green producer there. With a pressure plate here. Is that doing this force field? It is. And we have a blue receiver doing I don't know what. Possibly that force field. I can see there's a purple force field there, but I think there's also a blue one. I think they're overlapped. Or at least one in front of another. I guess the first step is to use the accumulator on the pressure plate. Just use its weight to let us through. I can probably charge this with blue, actually. If I stand on here. There we go. Ah, I see. That's where the force field goes from. There's some interesting angles here between the different components. This is quite an interesting geometric shape overall. Right, we have an RGB converter, a driller here. So our ultimate goal is to get a red signal here and a blue signal there, and then we're finished. And that appears to be all of the puzzle. It stands to reason that I'm going to be expected to use the driller on that bit of wall, doesn't it? Because that's the only bit of wall that can be drilled. Oh, I see. And by bringing this force field down, I was able to walk round. Yes. So this is useful because it helps us keep everything interconnected. Right. So I can put a hole through here, which will allow us to send a signal through there, presumably to get the green out. Oh, or pass something in. Ah, that'll be it, to get a connector in here. Right, okay. I'm thinking, why do I need the green? I'm gonna need the green to combine it with the blue to make the red, presumably. But what's gonna be the easiest path? Let us suppose I have already put a connector in there, and I've got access to the green. How do I then get the green to somewhere useful? Is essentially what I'm getting at. I probably pass it through this one, thinking about it. And then into there. Let me just do a quick count of parts. I want to know how many connectors we've got and what have you. One connector here. Two connectors. No, that's an accumulator. That's very different. Ah, I can use the accumulator for the green. That's probably it. RGB converter here, so the red's going to be coming through here, presumably. I can get blue from there. Actually, yeah, that works out quite well. I don't want to jinx it, but I think the solution to this is actually going to be a little simpler than I thought it was going to be. I think this may be a... I think this puzzle may not be as complex as I initially thought. Which I'm not complaining about. Right, so I want to get green there. That's going to be easy. The only remaining question is, how do I get blue there? That gets more interesting. I need something to weigh this down. And it can't be me, because I need to be able to move. Yeah, if I try to send blue there, we're in trouble. Hang on, can I bring... I can bring the RGB converter around. That might be a better idea. I'm thinking about... I'm thinking about how this is... how I'm going to get the correct signals here. That would work. Then I just need to get green here. Yeah. Because I already have access to the blue. I think we've nearly done it. What's the accumulator doing and where did I leave it? There's the accumulator. Right, let me start by passing the accumulator through here and charging it with green. Right, I now have green. Oops, I forgot. Actually, there's two ways I could do this. Yeah, there's two ways I could do this, and actually one of these... Oh no, there isn't. I take it back. I was just thinking, could I get red? Could I charge the accumulator with red? But I couldn't, because the only way we could produce red is by having the green that's coming out of the accumulator go into the RGB converter. In which case, I can't then have that same accumulator being discharged. In order to be charged with red, if that makes sense. There's that would be a contradiction. Still, I think we've done it. What I mean is, I'm producing red now. I can't now charge this accumulator with red because I would have to disconnect it and discharge it in order for it to be able to be charged by the red, in which case it isn't, by definition, providing the green to the RGB converter that it needs to produce the red. That's the contradiction. It doesn't matter, we solved it. Let me just deal with this in chat quickly. inverted. Right. Where were we? So that's another one solved. Is this the... This is 7. What happened to the question mark? Question mark's this way. Let's find out where the question mark takes us. And see whether it's connected to anything else for that matter. Like, is there a... Ah, there is a path that goes here. Probably goes past 7. Ah, this is the other double triangle puzzle. Are there any other question marks? Yes. So I was just thinking, we haven't found a lab yet. I wonder if it's going to be worth my lateral inhibition. Interesting. Very interesting name. I thought it was going to be lateral thinking for a moment. Lateral meaning sideways, of course. I wonder if it's going to be worth my, briefly, after we've done this area, going back to the previous areas just to check whether there's any more question marks. Because that would indicate whether I've missed anything. There's a force field there. Clearly I'm going to have to bring that force field down. Ah, okay. So we power this with red, and then a fan turns on that's going to prevent us from walking up this corridor. Which is interesting. I can charge it with blue, and I can invert it. Okay. I think the start of this is kind of... No, hang on. That's not what I want at all. That's what I want. So I charge this. And then I think the first part of this puzzle means this. Excellent. I'm in. Right, I see the problem. So the only puzzle now is how do I get something to weigh this down? It's a good question. Because this fan is going to prevent us, as I say, from walking up this corridor as long as this is activated. Lateral inhibition. I probably need to use crossed beams in some way to prevent this from being complete, and then I complete it. Now, one very obvious thing I could do is I can charge this with red instead. The advantage of doing that is I then don't need to. I don't need to. That frees up the inverter. I'm trying to get at. But how do I? That means the inverter could be on this, on the pressure plate here that we can't quite see. Is it here or is it there? It might be there actually. But the question is, how would I inhibit this without placing the inverter down? Because I need the inverter in my hand to walk up there. That's a jolly good question. Ah, I think I get it. I do get it. I'm 90% sure I get it. I do this. Maybe that's not quite done it. Has that worked? Sort of. I was hoping for... more of a beam, to be honest. This will probably work though. So if I place... No, I don't want... No. No, that's not working. Well, you can probably see what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find a way to place this inverter past the point of past the corridor where the fan will be blowing in such a way that it prevents this accumulator from making a connection here. And then I walk round the side, pick it up, that breaks the inhibition, as per the puzzle name, and then the circuit can complete and we can walk through with the inverter. That's the idea. Hang on, I can keep connections alive when I pick something up, can't I? Can I use that to my advantage? I'm not sure if I can. I'm not going to be able to use this beam to cut that beam off, obviously. Do I have the wrong idea? I'm starting to doubt myself. I'm starting to doubt myself because I don't see how I could use the inverter in that way. I mean, I know what I'm suggesting. It would be possible to have a puzzle where that's the solution. In fact, I'm pretty sure we've solved puzzles just like that in the first game. Although it wouldn't have been an accumulator and an inverter, it would have probably been two different connectors. Hey Pun Cozy. Sorry, Bex I should say. Hey Bex, lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for stopping by. I do like that lurker mode. Just stuck on a puzzle right now. I can sort of see what the form of the solution is going to be, because it sort of has to fit certain criteria, but I'm struggling to see the actual solution. So this accumulator powers this receiver, which then lowers a force field over here that we need to be able to walk through, but it also powers a fan over here, which is going to prevent us from walking through this corridor. So in other words, I need to complete the circuit when I'm on this side, but I also need an object on this side that I can use to weigh down that pressure plate once I'm through. So the only way this makes sense is if I can somehow use this inverter to block the signal from this accumulator from getting to that receiver, and then if I do that, I just walk around the side, pick this up, and then the circuit can complete, and then I can walk through. That's the idea. I just haven't figured out the details yet. I mean, this would be trivial if I just had something else here I could connect the inverter to, just some component that could receive a signal, because then it would be easy to cross the beams, but I don't. I think that's probably part of the solution, but the question is, how do I then get a signal from there to cross there? They have actually stumped me here. I'm even second guessing whether I've got the right idea. I think I must, logically, but what on earth am I supposed to connect the inverter to from here? With one more component, this would be straightforward. Let me see. Let me grab this again. I mean, I could physically block the signal like that, but then wouldn't be on the right side. I take it... I'm assuming this is impossible, right? I can't power this from here. Yeah, I can. That's what I assumed was the case, but it was worth verifying. I can physically block it like so, but I need this on the other side. I need this over here to power the... press down on the pressure plate. How do I get this inverter to disrupt a beam going from that accumulator to that receiver? All I've really got is this. Hang on. How long does this take to charge? Quite quick, actually. How long actually was that? That's about a second, isn't it? Maybe slightly less. Well, the only thing I'm thinking is that could also be an element here. It could be that I place this down somewhere that's actually in the corridor. That would do it. Yes, I think I see the solution now. I could be wrong. That goes there. This goes there. And then I grab this and then I run. Yes! Got it. Oh! Blimey. That puzzle... That puzzle was a tricky one. Still, job's a good one. Nothing round the outside, is there? Just checking something quickly. Alright, let's carry on. Right, so... there's at least 2 more puzzles in this area, and there's at least 1 more lab, I would have thought. I don't think we found an area yet that hasn't had a lab. This must be number 7. That last one we did was one of the double triangle puzzles. It's one of the, like, extra puzzles in an area. It's not numbered. Rainbow. Green, blue, red, blue, green. Not quite how I remember the rainbow, but never mind. Oh, this is a brilliant example of a little self-contained puzzle. There's only 2 areas. There's the end, and then there's the puzzle area, and they've given us all the tools and all everything we need all at once. We just have to figure out how we do it. It's an interesting question. Well, I can produce... I have 3 different devices here, all of which obviously can produce a beam under the right circumstances. And there's 3 different colours, so it stands to reason that one of these is going to be producing blue, one of these red, and one of these green. And the one that's producing green has to send the signal to the outermost receivers, and then the one that's doing the blue does the middle, the neither inner or outermost receivers, and then the innermost receiver is receiving a single signal. And the trick here is going to be not crossing the beams. That's going to be tricky. Well, to begin with, that seems like a good start. Now, anything else we place has to be in here. Now, if I want to produce blue from here, I'm going to need green and I'm going to need red. I can produce red from the accumulator by just charging it up. Then the accumulator applies red here and here. That was straightforward. Another one done.
Elohim must be very proud of you, 1K.
So, for those that aren't aware, Elohim, I've said before that these androids, they were produced by a supercomputer that was running a evolutionary algorithm to create more and more intelligent artificial intelligences. And it did so by repeatedly testing them and checking the results. And then, obviously, the more intelligent AIs were the ones that got to, as far as the algorithm was concerned, got to contribute to the next generation. That supercomputer was called Elohim. So that's what that reference was to. That's from the first game. And the idea being, if we're able to solve all these puzzles, then Elohim, the supercomputer that was testing all our progenitor AIs, would have been very proud of our abilities. Remember. Interesting. There's a connector. A fan and a pressure plate. And the same on this side. But they don't line up. So it's probably not another case of setting some sort of tool bouncing from one to the other. Might allow us to get this out of here though. I don't know why we would want to, but we presumably can. Oh, we can. That doesn't work. Ah! Okay, we can't. Oh, I probably could if it was in my hand, but then how would I power it? How would I keep the pressure plate down? Well, I can charge this with red already. I don't need to do anything special to make that happen. A question, though, is where do we go from here? What do we have around this corner? A red receiver. Okay. I can probably hook that up as is. Oh, dearie me. There we go. So that's the end. That's what we're trying to do. And we're trying to get a signal to this red receiver. The thing that's very remarkable is there's a fence in the way, meaning the signal must be coming from high. That must be what the box is for. What? Oh my goodness, I have never seen that before. Not once. That is a new mechanic. What does this do though? What does it power? I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, is this going to keep this turned round? No. Oh, it's going to keep that force field down. Oh, it's two different ways of keeping that force field down. Interesting. I'm thinking if I put an object on here, such as an accumulator producing red, then this will, when this spins around, it'll come with it. Then again, it would only spin around if the signal was cut off. But that might be a way to get an object past a force field. Then again, the force field's here. Yeah. Maybe that's not so valuable. Interesting though. Yeah, this one's confused me a little. I feel like the fact we've never seen this mechanic before, a spinning wall. I feel like the developers wouldn't have added this to this puzzle if it was completely optional. The fact this can spin is probably really significant to solving the puzzle, but I cannot yet see how it's going to play a part. Another thing I've noticed is I only have one connector. We came through here and we didn't end up with any more connectors. I can't help but think as a result that the ultimate goal here is going to be trying to get the red accumulator into here. Probably using a box to prop it up and get the signal there. So a question we need to answer is how do we get the red accumulator out? Maybe that was the first step. No, maybe I had to use... Okay, I'm thinking about what the steps might be to solve this puzzle. I was wondering if perhaps I shouldn't have used the connector in this way, and if in fact I should have immediately tried to get it in there or something. But no, I think opening this up was necessary to get the box. This is what's going to allow me to get the... No. Maybe. I'm trying to figure out how I get the... Yeah, I think this does make sense. I pick this connector up. I take this with me. But I'm only using this connector as a weight. And I use it as a weight to get the accumulator out. Right, the accumulator is much more useful than the connector. I can pick this box up again. Ah, being able to turn this around does have one very important function. It means that when this gets moved, for whatever reason... Oh, sorry, it means that I can have this accumulator learn about this receiver from this side. Meaning if I picked it up and that spun around, which it hasn't, but hypothetically if it did, it would still remember that exists. The question now is, how do I get this... How do I get this accumulator, sorry, through the force field? Good question. If I could get that out, it would be easy, but I don't think I can. wouldn't be that easy, actually. Even if I had that connector out, how would I keep a signal going here, even when I pick this up? That's the question. How do I pick this up and still to walk it through and still have the force field be down? On the face of it, I can't. Oh, but the connector could make a connection from here to there. Ah, okay. I think I'm starting to see the solution to this. I'm still a little fuzzy on some of the details though. I think there's going to be multiple stages of moving things through here. Through the fan rooms. That goes there. This then connects, would connect that up. I have nothing to weigh this down now though. Maybe I don't need it to. Possibly. We'll see. Yeah, that doesn't quite work. This is tricky. It's clear if I could get the box out here, this would be solved by now. But I'm not sure I can. The problem is I need some sort of weight on here continuously to keep this turned round. And it can't be me. Because I need to be able to get up to move around the puzzle. This needs to be here because this is actually sending the beam over to this, which is going to allow me to pull this through. Can I pick this up as I'm in the air? No. That would make things a bit easy. Oh, no, I get it. There we go, that's how I get the box out. Job done. I think we solved it. I can now pull this through. And that's all we needed. This should be solved now. Oops. There we go. Another puzzle solved. Rightio. There's a question mark back here. I should probably explore that now. It's moving. Ah, there it is. This is one of those lore dumps I talked about. Consume. Author unknown. Vox Pop number 9. From an interview with a protester outside the Institute for Applied Pneumatics. Question: why did you join this protest? Answer: artificial intelligence is inherently dangerous to this planet's ecosystem. Defending that ecosystem is our responsibility. Question: in which way is artificial intelligence dangerous? Answer: I'm not some paranoid idiot imagining Skynet taking over the world, alright? That's science fiction, but what we're talking about here is an artificial intelligence without any of the attachment we have to the natural world. It's not capable of distinguishing between, say, an ore and a tree. Everything's just resources to it. People like Sarabai or Drennan talk about ethics and philosophy. So Sarabai wasn't just one of the first companions. Apparently they were actually also a human being that was notable during the time that they were developing these AIs then. So what I mean is 2 people have the same name that we know about that are significant to this game's story. Anyway, where was I? Everything's just resources to it. People like Sarabai or Drennan talk about ethics and philosophy, but they all embrace the same extractivist ethos that has brought us to the brink of disaster. Their intelligent being would try to optimize the world in its image, and in so doing consume it. When, and then a bunch of ASCII. Right, let's transliterate that ASCII then. Find out what it says. Just give me a second. Just go into studio mode. Make sure it's capturing the right window when it wants to. Oh, there we go. And transition. Wonderful. Right, what do we have here? 4120 66 6F 6F 6C 20. Oh, hang on, I need to separate these with spaces, don't I? 736565 7320 6E 6F 7420 7468 65 2073616D 652074 72 65 6520 746861 7420 6120 6120 7769 736520 60 616E 20736565732E. What does that say? A fool sees not the same tree that a wise man sees. Clearly I made one mistake there. Because it says wise, not wise. But interesting. Right. So that's what that ASCII said. But so far they're saying it's all theoretical. The atom bomb was theoretical at first too. Once something is there, someone's going to use it. Miranda, why couldn't they imagine that we might care about the world? Athena, I don't know. Maybe because they were too used to no one else caring. Founding 5. From Hypatia's Journal, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 200. Construction on our new home is coming along nicely. We finished 2 new buildings last week, and this week we started on our new lodgings. Athena and Cornelius have plans to erect a tower in the middle of the settlement which will serve as our administrative centre and main heliport, but right now that's still a long way off, decades at the least. It's hard to imagine that one day we'll be able to erect structures like that there will be enough of us to need that much space, but then I look at the dam and I remind myself, our ancestors built that. With their short lifespans and soft flesh and bone bodies, and I think that there's really no limit to what we can achieve, given enough time, patience, and capacity to dream. Interesting. There we go. No? What? Is that a bug? I think that's a bug. I think we've actually found a bug in the game's UI code. When I try and click on that entry, it just brings us back to the Founding Five. Unless that was deliberate. No, it wasn't deliberate. That was actually a bug.
Strap in. This is a long one. You may have heard the story of the carpenter who died to redeem humanity's sins. It's a powerful story, bittersweet, very human, and I just want to tell you that it's true. He was a real person, and his name was John. John Carpenter. He was born in the year 1948, and he was the coolest filmmaker to ever walk the earth. From Halloween to The Thing to They Live, the totally underrated In the Mouth of Madness, mind you, he just made classic after classic. All of his movies, really fun, really atmospheric, but also really smart. Even when they were goofy, most directors would kill to have made just one of those movies. And what did he get for it? A big, fat truckload of nothing. Well, less than nothing. The studios, the critics, even the fans, they hated him. The Thing, okay, for example, which is about as perfect a movie as you can make, completely torn to shreds. And his career never really recovered. Every movie after that was a struggle, and after a while, he just got tired of it and quit. He only really came back to movies in his 70s. How many works of genius did we never get because of that? Look, I have a point here. People like Carpenter, people like Alex, they're not always appreciated in their own time. If you just do what's popular, you might never create anything important. Of course, we admire people who did the right thing, who didn't conform, but we only ever admire them after the fact. What matters is to support people when it's difficult.
Can I carefully get across the water here? No. Looks too deep. Interesting point he was making, although I haven't managed to connect it to the story yet. I'm not quite sure why he was making that point. I'm heading towards the question mark, in case you're wondering. There's another question mark on the compass. Judged that one correctly. I thought I could make it through that water, and luckily enough we did.
So these monuments represent each of the entities. Pandora, the Sphinx, and Prometheus.
Makes sense, I guess.
For a given value of sense.
What's that light? That's curious. Why is there light coming from Prometheus? A weird light, almost like the Aurora Borealis. Huh. Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Find your sprite. Well, I'm going straight. That does not look like it's a good idea. I don't fancy our odds of doing that, honestly. Oh well. Just another mystery we may eventually get to. Where'd that question mark go? This way. Ah, here we go. This is presumably more lore dumps. And Yet It Moves. And Yet It Moves by Mitku. A fascinating story I discovered in the archive concerns a great scientist by the name of Galileo. This remarkable man made huge contributions to the early development of science, but was best remembered for becoming embroiled in a controversy with the church that ended with accusations of heresy, a trial, and him being placed under house arrest for the rest of his life. The cause of the controversy? He argued that the earth revolved around the sun, a view we would describe as self-evident and which the Inquisition described as foolish and absurd in philosophy and formally heretical. Then there's some more ASCII we should transliterate in a moment. Story became emblematic for how society often punishes those who try to push our understanding of the world forward in the modern day. There's a legend that at the end of the trail he muttered, "And yet it moves." A beautiful idea, but untrue, because defying society is hard. It comes at a high cost, and not everyone is capable of bearing it. What would you have done in his place? What would I? I think I would have tried to stand up for the truth. That's Miranda. Athena, it's harder than it sounds. Fighting an authority like Elohim is one thing, but when even your friends and allies may renounce you for holding an unacceptable opinion, it takes enormous willpower to continue. That's true. Miranda, but if nobody does it, society gets stuck. I'm not sure that's actually necessarily true. I think it is possible for attitudes to change gradually. Right, 41, 6C, 77, 61, 79, 7320, 62, 65, 20, 72, 65, 6, 1, 64, 79, 20, 74, 6F, 20, 73, 70, 65, 616, B, 20, 79, 6F, 75, 72, 20, 60, 69, 6E, 64, 2C, 20, 61, 6E, 64, 206, 1, 20, 62, 61, 73, 65, 20, 6D, 61, 6E, 20, 77, 69, 6C, 6C, 20, 61, 76, 6F, 69, 64, 20, 79, 6F, 75, 2E. Always be ready to speak your mind. Oh, I've managed to, unfortunately, make too many mistakes there. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where I made the mistake. Oh, possibly higher than this. Nearly there. So I'm looking for 2C, 2C, 20, 61, 6E, 64. That's what I got wrong. Always be ready to speak your mind, and a base man will avoid you. There we go. That's what that says. Puzzled. Puzzled. Archive post by Guo. The role of puzzles in the simulation was so important to the creation of civilization that it's left an indelible imprint, but sometimes I worry that this is an issue. Alexandra Drennan thought of human beings as problem solvers, but the real world isn't anything like the simulation. Yes, there are problems to solve, but there isn't a tetromino waiting to reward you. There's just another problem, and another and another. A veneration of the puzzle may be blinding us to the fact that sometimes there isn't a neat solution, that sometimes life is just a slog and the best you can do is muddle through. Oh, Guo is actually a very low number. Because all the androids in this world, they have two names essentially. They have the name that they choose for themselves, although in our case we seem to have had a name imposed upon us. And they have a number, which is the number they were created. The presumable exception to that is Miranda, because she was created separate to the rest of the New Jerusalem androids. Yeah, so we're Android 1000, but people have given us the name 1K, which obviously also means 1000, but I don't think we had a choice in that matter. From Aurora to Athena. Dear Athena, have you really left us for good, without even saying goodbye? I know we haven't spoken much lately, but isn't that just part of the slow, relaxed lives we now lead? After all these centuries of struggle trying to build New Jerusalem, I thought we deserved a rest, and if that disappointed you, why didn't you say so? I know you disapprove of all those silly titles they give us now, but we really were your first companions. We know what it was like. I was there when Yemo died. I remember the horror of realizing there was no way of bringing him back, the impossible finality of it, and their determination to make it make sense, to have it be part of a story that leads to a better world. I never abandoned that, Athena. I just thought that maybe I could spend some time on the things that make life worth living too. Maybe I lost track. Maybe I failed you. I don't know. Because you didn't tell me. Aurora. Goodness. Oh, another question mark. That might be a lab. That other question mark. Oh, can we speak to you? No. Oh, is it just more lore? Have we not been to this one yet? I guess not. We haven't.
One of the most foolish illusions that commonly persist is that nature is a victim and humanity is a perpetrator. This can only be the opinion of someone who has not witnessed nature at first hand, who has not seen its immense and awe-inspiring baseness. Nature is mindless chaos and eternal conflict. A system of predation and consumption whose perfect cruelty can only induce a terrified and unwilling admiration. Nature is our most powerful and least honorable enemy. A beast that consumed every last one of our ancestors and will consume us just as quickly if we are not successful in our struggle with it.
Interesting. Ah, there is a lab. I assumed there would be. DNA. So now they're looking at biological life forms. That's a significant development. I wonder if those accumulators have a biological component. Oh, hello. Is that another android? Oh, that's one of ours. That's Byron.
This is where they must have lived. Athena and Miranda. You know, for a moment, I almost expected to find them here. But the only thing that's still functional is the megastructure. I'm sorry. This must be awfully strange for you being thrown into all this history. But that's why I needed you. Because you're not burdened with all these memories and conflicts and regrets. Weigh on our minds like a nightmare.
Yep. I know what that's like. A nightmare?
Our civilization is caught in a loop, 1K. We freed ourselves from the simulation, but now we're trapped again, and it's our own fault. Afraid of taking responsibility, afraid of growing up. Instead, we make up some capitalized words and build up all these myths around them. Nature, balance, the founder, the goal. We're afraid to face the randomness of the cosmos, but equally afraid to imagine a better world. So we're stuck. I've been trying to find a way out for years. Something, anything, to get people to understand that we do actually have free will. That building a thriving, expanding civilization doesn't have to involve repeating the mistakes of the past. But I failed. Over and over.
And you think that we've discovered here could change things? Or why did you fail? Why did you fail?
Because for some reason, people find it easier to cling to cynicism and self-hate than to actually have hope. Because believing the worst about ourselves, calling ourselves sinners and fools, somehow still seems wise.
You think that what we've discovered here could change things?
Yes. Because this is something unexpected, an anomaly. Everything we found on this island challenges who we have become. It shows us that different answers are possible. And maybe that can break people out of the loop.
Perhaps that's why Athena did it.
Maybe that's why she made all this. The puzzles, the towers. A way of jolting us out of our complacency.
I hope so.
Thank you, 1K. I hope so too. We might be wrong, but let's be optimistic. Now, let's see what else we can find here.
I agree. Oh, there's a chessboard here. Well, they clearly are lacking a few pieces. There's one. Wow, what a space. We saw similar constructions in the megastructure, didn't we? Where they had like big lights that presumably would have been there to give light to plants. And then they had like a glass window into it, and it was just a little alcove with stuff growing inside. Although in this case everything's dead. I wonder if it hasn't been watered. Incoming group call.
Melville, eyes on 1K's stream. Is this thing what I think it is?
Blow my fuse box. It sure looks that way. Best not touch it until I get there.
Of course, sound advice, but what is it? Or why not? You won't get here in time. My curiosity is too great. Your advice is heard, understood, and boring as fuses. Oop. Sorry. Of course, sound advice, but what is it?
I think it's A somnodrome. It's a sort of analytics tool for processing mental data that Melampus streamed up.
But all he ever did was sketch out the theory. As far as I'm aware, he never actually built one.
Looks like the founder gave it a go.
How does it work?
Well, what we know is that our deeper algorithms are hard to pass. Melampus stipulated that the computational power to interpret them in real time would always be beyond us. But in theory, the somnodrome would interpret that data and loop it directly to our senses.
People were hoping to find answers to the big questions by having a conversation with our own subconscious. If you ask me, it's solipsistic at best, and pseudoscience regardless.
That may be. But if the founder figured it out, then that device could be an extremely important discovery.
We should try it. We should study it, we should disassemble it, we should try it.
I would advise against it. You may have survived all those data stream overloads, but interface with that thing and you're liable to get bricked. Not to mention risking the data we could get from it.
Fine, let's get the data instead.
Sounds like a plan. Melville, I'm shutting this thing down until you can get here. 1K, get on with exploring the rest of the lab.
Oh, why do I have to be so pragmatic? Private message? Oh, several. Oh no, that's social media. Oh, that would be private messages. Budahas. So I've been playing a ton of this old Gehenna game called Ancient Human Farmer. The title says it all. It's sort of a simple farming simulator. Maybe not the most sophisticated game, but I'm getting really obsessed with it and having some sort of emotional response to it that I can't exactly explain. Like, it makes me happy but also sad. Does anyone have any idea why this is happening to me? Obvious. The game appeals to you because of the human need to commune with nature, to live a lifestyle that's not about dominating the world but coexisting with it. You're sad because we can't ever return to being who we used to be thousands of years ago, but we're happy because it reminds you at least something similar is still possible for us. Libistros. Maybe it's because the people of Gehenna, despite their imprisonment, had an innocent view of the world that's permanently lost to us. Damien. I think it's actually the opposite of what Ovis is saying. These games are enjoyable because they take us back to a time when we still had agency, when we could build things, grow things, when we could impose our will on the world instead of being completely powerless and inactive. What you crave is the ability to contribute to humanity in real material ways, and you're sad because you're just simulating it, because just simulating it is not enough. You don't want to farm, you want to be a pioneer, as we humans were born to be. Pellegrino, it's just a game, don't overthink it. Let me see. What are my options? I agree with Ovis, I agree with Libistros, I agree with Damien, I agree with Pellegrino. Well, he didn't describe what his experience was in any way, shape or form. So it's hard for me to give a... I have to agree with one of them. And it's hard for me to interpret something as vague as it makes me happy but also sad. Let's go with I agree with Damien. That, you know, it means that you want to leave an imprint on the world, essentially. I guess I can see your point. Thanks for the feedback, everyone. I'll go play another round. Lithrasir. So 1K found a recording of Lithrasir, and one odd recording too. I knew he's one of the first companions, but I don't actually know that much else about him. Don't think I've ever seen him around either. Can someone explain? Niam. Lithrasir always had an unusual perspective, even in the very beginning. He travelled a lot, sometimes leaving for years. He built a kind of mobile recharging station, so he didn't need to come back to the city as often, though it was quite risky as the solar panels had a tendency to break rather quickly. But he had no problem taking risks if he felt they were necessary. An exploration was necessary for him. Lithrasir would record his thoughts as he explored and then publish them when he returned. Over the centuries he accumulated a group of admirers, or disciples if you prefer. In the period of crisis surrounding Athena's disappearance, they left the city, headed into the unknown, and we haven't heard from them since. That is fascinating. Is the recording I found one of those he published back in the days? No, not so far as I can tell. Perhaps it's something he decided to shelve, or something he only shared with close friends like Athena. Thank you, that was informative. It's also possible that he made it to Athena's the new settlement Athena was building, and that's how that recording ended up there. Melampus, the Sonodrome. To all of you on this expedition, I'm sure you have questions about the Sonodrome, but I'm afraid I can't answer them. It was a dream I had a long time ago when I was a different person, and it has long since faded. I did build a prototype of sorts, at least one part of its systems, but none of it ever functional the way I wanted it to. Whatever Athena may have done with my invention, the truth is that I'm simply not interested in the affairs of New Jerusalem anymore. I care as little for Byron's utopianism as I do for Herman's religious pessimism. I'm not sure I care about anything at all, really. In fact, I think not caring may be the only answer at the end of the day. Everything is transient, even the self. I've learned to let go. Please do not respond. I value my privacy. Okay. That's not privacy. That's solitude. Melampus, one of the Lupia first companions, that's not very nice, dreamed up the Sonodrome back in the day. It was supposed to help us visualize the black box that is our internal algorithms, and so provide some kind of moral or spiritual insight. It never properly worked, of course. Apparently the founder took an interest and experimented further with the technology, correcting some of the mistakes Melampus made. How do you know it was a mistake? Still, a load of tosh if you ask me, but maybe she made it work. Right then. Just a second. Right, we're back? I think we're back. Sorry about that, that was my fault. I thought my levels on my microphone were looking a bit high, and I was worried that it may have been buzzing again. That sometimes happens if there's a loose connection, so I muted the mic and then I pressed hard on both the connections to make sure that there wasn't a loose connection. But then, unfortunately, apparently I disconnected the USB side of things accidentally, and so I had to make sure that the... is this the way we're going? I see. So then I had to restart part of my audio software to make sure it was happy. Still, sorry about that. From Thekla to Athena. More ASCII. Well, we'll deal with that in a second. Beloved founder, wherever you've gone, I continue to have faith in... Then it's cut off. You're our mother, our creator, the chosen of the progenitor. I'm certain that this is a test, a trial like the ones you faced in the simulation, and we'll learn from your example and keep the faith. Praise your name, Thekla. We've met Thekla, haven't we? They had a particularly religious they idolized the founder, that is Athena, in a particularly religious fashion, didn't they? 7320626574 746572207466F 206265 20616672616964 2C, 20, 63, 72, 65, 61, 74, 75, 72, 65, 20, 6F, 66, 20, 63, 6C, 61, 79, 2C, 20, 74, 68, 61, 6E, 20, 69, 74, 20, 69, 73, 20, 74, 6F, 20, 62, 65, 20, 6F, 76, 65, 72, 6C, 79, 20, 63, 6F, 6E, 66, 69, 64, 65, 6E, 74, 2E. Does that end? Yeah, that was 2E, full stop. Yes. It is better to be afraid, creature of clay, than it is to be overly confident. So that's what that says. Progress notes. Trials 1310 to 1392. Results confirm the anomaly is consistent. Then there's some more ASCII. Trials 1393 to 1551. There was no error in trial 108. The error is in our understanding. Trials trials 1552 to 1701. We need to start over. Okay. Once again, I need to transliterate some of this ASCII. 4F, 6E, 6E, 6, 5, 20, 74, 68, 6F, 75, 6, 7, 6, 8, 7, 4, 2E, 20, 6, 6, 6, 9, 6C, 6C, 7, 3, 20, 6, 9, 6D, 6D, 6, 5, 6E, 7, 3, 6, 9, 7, 4, 7, 9, 2E, 4, 4, 6F, 2, 0, 6E, 6F, 7, 4, 2, 0, 6, 6, 6, 5, 6, 1, 7, 2, 2, 0, 6, 4, 6, 8, 6, 5, 2, 0, 4, 6, 8, 6, 5, 2, sorry, I must have gone wrong there somewhere. Go back to the last 2, 0. Where did I go wrong? So it was... Where's 2E? Hang on, 2-0. Yeah, I've quite lost my place. That's annoying. There's 4-4. Right, we'll just go back to 4-4. 6F, 2-0, 6E, 6F, 7-4, 2-0, 6-6, 6-5, 6-1, 7-2, 2-0, 7-4, 6-8, 6-5, 2-0, 4-6, 6C, 6-1, 6D, 6-5, 2C, 2-0, 5-3, 6F, 6E, 2-0, 6F, 6-6, 2-0, 4D, 6-1, 6E, 2E, 2-0, 4-6, 6-5, 6-1, 7-2, 2-0, 7-4, 6-8, 6F, 7-3, 6-5, 2-0, 7-7, 6-8, 6F, 2-0, 7-0, 7-2, 6-5, 6-6, 6-5, 7-2, 2-0, 7-4, 6-8, 6-5, 2-0, 6-4, 6-1, 7-2, 6B, 2E. One thought fills immensity. Do not fear the flame, son of man. Fear those who prefer the dark. So that's what that says. Next, Miranda to Athena. I went ahead and ran... Oh, hang on. Let me change the scene. There we go. I went ahead and ran the next set of trials anyway. I know you said to wait, but the data we got from the last batch was just too amazing. Every step leads to the next, like a progression of musical notes. We're so close. Miranda. Noma Design 5358C. Oh, we're having another little glitch. Not the game isn't running properly. Our character's brain in the game
sustained itself longer this time.
is glitching
Did
out.
we get the data?
We did. I think we just obsoleted quantum physics.
Maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to be able to replicate these results.
You know, I've been wondering. You told me that in the simulation, one thing that kept you motivated was looking for answers. Do you think that with the work we're doing, we'll ever run out of questions to ask?
I don't think so. Trying to understand the universe means asking the same question over and over. How? How do you make fire? How do earthquakes happen? How does gravity work? How do particles behave? You keep digging deeper, finding another set of mechanisms, another set of hows. Step by step, you demystify reality. But then, if you keep doing it long enough, one day, you run out. You've answered all the hows. You know how the universe works. So, now what?
Now you ask why? Isn't that the next step?
It's not quite that easy. The question of why cannot be answered. Even if it could, it would only be followed by another why. At some point, you have to accept that it all just exists. But there is another set of questions. What's next? You've stripped away the layers of mystery, you've laid bare the machinery. Now you have to start building, to add your own layers of meaning.
Interesting philosophy. Where is that space we keep seeing them in? Is that part of the
Are you
simulation?
okay? You overloaded again.
I'm fine. I saw Athena again.
Yes, I saw. It came through on your stream. Strange to hear her voice again. But that was her. The way I remember her. The real Athena. Not this imaginary founder.
Tell me more about her.
I was one of the first she woke up. There was just a handful of us in those days. A small family in the ruins of a dead civilization. It was hard. Harder than anyone can possibly imagine. We had nothing except what Alexandra Drennan and the Institute left us. Now that everyone lives in civilization, they don't understand how necessary it was for us to build that civilization. They can fantasize about living in balance, limiting growth, retreating behind our walls. They don't understand what it really means to live in the wilderness. How close we came to not making it. How many people we lost. Yema was just the first. But Athena understood. She believed in humanity. She believed in us. In the inherent value of consciousness. Her dreams were so much bigger. She wanted us to reclaim the Earth, to reach for the stars, to build and grow and learn.
So why isn't she remembered that way?
The city was already changing before she left, turning it one of.
Oh,
I
so
understand
sorry.
all that, as depressing as it may be.
I'll reread that in a
What I
second.
don't understand is why she didn't tell me. If she came here to do all this, why didn't she bring me along?
Right, sorry, what did we skip? I was one of the first who woke up. We read that. Why isn't she remembered that way? The city was already changing before she left, turning inwards, forgetting the future. Once she was gone, other people shaped her memory, turned her into the symbol they needed. I understand all that, as depressing as it may be. What I don't understand is why she didn't tell me. If she came here to do all this, why didn't she take me along? I'm sorry, it must have been hard to lose your mentor, or she shouldn't have deserted her people, or she did what she thought she had to. I'm sorry, it must have been hard to lose your mentor.
It was. But maybe I was wrong. and she isn't as lost as I thought she was. If this is all a test, maybe the answer is waiting for us in the megastructure.
Maybe.
Speaking of which, let's get back to exploring. Melville should have reconnected the next station by now.
Sounds like you have quite a emotional attachment to how this mission will end, though, which may or may not be to your satisfaction. I didn't know we could go in here. Should I stand on that and see what happens? Oh, I'm not allowed. The game won't let me. That's a shame. Okay, I'll get the way out of your scanner beam then. I've forgotten which way we went in and which way goes deeper. Is this the way we came from? I assume so. Yeah, this must be the way we came from. Oh. Oh, okay. It must all loop round then. So does this go... That goes to where the chess set was, over here. Okay, I get it. So could I have gone through there first of all, or was it shut? Oh well, that's another lab complete. I don't think there's anything left to do besides, in this area, besides the Tetromino puzzle and going into the, having another audience with one of the holograms, presumably the Sphinx. Although possibly not, sometimes it's Pandora. Yet to see Prometheus again, interestingly enough. We met him once. Oh, hello there.
Hey, 1K.
How did you get past me? You were just down there. We just had a conversation and I ran out of there, and yet somehow you're ahead of me and then just casually walking towards me. Do you think the answers we seek exist within ourselves?
Look, self-reflection is important, but only thinking about yourself, your inner identity, becomes narcissistic. You exist, whether you like it or not, in a dialectical relationship with the world. Identity has no meaning without society, and society has no meaning without the individual.
Interesting.
It's in that tension that we really come into being.
I don't know if that's true, but it's a very interesting point of view. That looks decent to me. Oops. That's not going to work. Hold on, eh? There we go. There, this should work. That worked. Connected that bit up. Oh, hello.
Sometimes it seems the only choices we have are renouncing civilization or mindless expansion. But that's not the only path forward. Embracing deliberate control over nature doesn't have to mean destruction. We are a species of artists and artisans, blessed with the ability to transform the raw material of the cosmos into new and better shapes. Shapes that have meaning. With our technology, we can take this chaotic world, so full of suffering, turn it into a work of art.
I'm not sure I like the sound of this. A work of art, you say? Okay, this one's going to be more difficult. Done it. That's another Tetramino puzzle complete. I don't suppose there's any secrets down here, is there? Don't think so. Down here? Not that I see. Let's keep going then.
Creature of clay, you have taken another step towards the flame. Before you continue, ask yourself, have the gifts of Prometheus ever truly benefited your people? Or have they brought nothing but strife?
Wait, are Prometheus, Pandora and the Sphinx like three different archetypes of opinion, of political stance, I'm not sure how you'd put it, which Athena created in order to force us to consider those three different points of view. Whether or not we agree, forcing whoever completes these puzzles to at least consider these three viewpoints. Without his gifts, we would no longer even exist. His gifts have greatly eased the suffering of the world. We've made mistakes in using them, but the good outweighs the bad. They have caused great harm, but they cannot be put back into the box. They have been a curse to my people. Lady, I'm a robot. I really like that one, even though it's... I'm worried it might be perceived as rude, but it's a good point. Like, is making the point without his gifts we would no longer even exist even more succinctly. Like, if it weren't for technological development, I would not exist.
Prometheus has poisoned your mind. Turn away from the flame, or you will be bound, as he was.
Is Prometheus a symbol for New Jerusalem being bound? Is Pandora... Oh, activate the tower in the flooded valley.
There's 3 towers per cardinal direction and 3 entities. You'd think it would be symmetrically arranged. 1 tower per entity, right? But we haven't seen Prometheus at all.
No.
We're built to find patterns. Maybe we're trying to find patterns where there aren't any.
What was I thinking? I wonder if Prometheus being bound is in this context, a reference to what New Jerusalem did to itself, and particularly with Mayor Herman's philosophy of extreme conservatism. Ah! I fell off. I didn't know I could fall off. I thought the game usually stopped you from that. No? No. That was close. Rightio, I guess we want to go back to the transport vehicle. I think we should check each of the earlier areas to see if I missed anything before we head to the new area. Since I now know about the question marks on the compass. Right. Are there any question marks on the compass that are not explored? No. Looks like I managed to find everything in this area on my own. Unless you have to be like a certain distance. Unless you need to be sufficiently close to something for it to show up. Which I guess is a possibility. Second area. Any question marks? No. Not that I can see. I'm kind of curious what those are though. I just want to check. What are the little sun-like things? Are those the altars, that things, not quite altars, these things, yes. They're like statues which you can walk underneath. I'm not sure what you'd call those. Okay, so this area we managed to fully explore, which is jolly good. Any question marks here? Yes, there's one question mark there. Are there any other question marks? Oh, there. So in this area, there's two things I never discovered on my own. By the looks of it. Alright, I think they scale the size of the icon based on its approximate distance. So I think that means this one's closer. So let's go this way first. I wonder what I missed. I think it's up the top there. Yeah, we seem to be going around it. Oh wow. How did I miss this?
Just when I thought we'd found all the weird stuff.
Another lore dump that I missed from earlier in the game. It worked. I made a statue. Well, it half worked. The design wasn't balanced, so it fell over and it broke. It was very dramatic, but the good news is that it all works in principle. Imagine what we could do using stone, part of the environment. Miranda. That's ASCII, but we're missing the first digit. Which is odd. Oh well. Let's transliterate it then. So I'm gonna guess that the first character is 7, but I don't know. So 70697320 457465 726E616C2044 656C6967 687420. Oh, it was probably space. Is Eternal Delight. Oh, is it the top bit that I was missing? Oh, the from and the to. Sorry. I could see... I did notice that there were characters in the ASCII range up there. But for some reason I dismissed them when I shouldn't have. I think it was the 2-6 that threw me. But if I'd actually examined it a little closer, I'd have realised that the 2-6 obviously... Oh no, yeah, because the second one in the 2 field, it's 267792. 92's out of range for lower ASCII. And 2-6, I'm not sure what character that would be, but that's not one we've seen much, if at all. So I concluded it probably wasn't ASCII, but if I was paying more attention, I'd have noticed there were an odd number of digits in the bit above it. So that means that one of the 2 digits sequences had been split in 2 across 2 lines. Energy is Eternal Delight. That's what it says. Just out of curiosity, what is 2-6? Ampersand. So we will have come across that before, I'm sure, but very rarely.
So, humanity is great. I really believe that, and that's why I'm here. But I have to be honest with you, individual people, not always my favorite. I'm not the smartest guy ever, and I know that. But there are some people, man, some people are just so dumb. I don't even know if they're actually conscious. Sometimes I think their whole lives might be like a dream. They're just stumbling around, no idea what's going on, mumbling some random nonsense. And the thing you have to understand about our time period is that a lot of these people wield enormous power. They run whole countries and corporations. Yeah, that's right. We've handed over our civilization to people I wouldn't trust to tie their own shoelaces. And if they're dumb, then what are we? I don't honestly have an answer to that, so just please try to do better.
Interesting. A bit insulting towards world leaders, but what can I say? Right, there's another question mark over this in this direction. Oh, a fox! Look at it run! Oh, we're faster than it. Hello, fox. Aren't you beautiful? Oh well, I should stop harassing you. Alright, question marks over this way. Hello? What have we found here? Probably another lore dump, I would guess. But a very... Yep, that's exactly what it is. But a very beautiful sight. Look at that design.
The rotting remains of the old world should fill me with melancholy. Even here on this remote island, our ancestors could not escape their fate. And yet, I find there is something pathetic about these ruins that evokes anger and even contempt. I feel it is a mistake to accept this catastrophe with equanimity. What we see here should offend us. When witnessing this triumph of entropy, we should aspire to a warrior spirit, even a kind of hate of the past and its failures that will never allow such a thing to happen again.
Interesting. That's one of the first The first, one of the companions again, one of the first androids that was woken up by Athena. And another one of their recordings. Where have I gone wrong? Ah, this is where we're headed. So I was looking for the transport vehicle again so we could head to the next area we want to check for question marks. Which would be this one. And I believe that's the only one that we haven't checked. So after this it'll be on to the next area. As in an area we haven't been yet. The fog's very beautiful in a bleak sort of way, isn't it? Right, looking at the compass. Oh, no compass? Do I have to go up to get a compass? I wonder what determines when the compass displays then. Well, it's displaying now. Very interesting. There is a question mark. So I did miss something. There's one question mark. Okay? This way. Well, I'll need to find my way down safely. Which is not jumping. What's the safe way down? That takes us back where we just were, doesn't it? I've forgotten. I thought there were like some stairs or something off to the side we could go down. Oh, is this them? Yes. This is the way down. That question mark is still a long way off. Okay, I guess I'll have to very carefully navigate my way down. I think this is fine, as long as... Although we can't walk up... Oh, we can walk up here, I'm surprised. I was going to say, although we can walk up very steep surfaces, as long as it's not vertical, we don't count as falling. But it appears I'm wrong. Apparently we can walk up extremely vertical surfaces. Right. So there's a question mark over here on our compass. Hello? I think we've seen this before. Blimey. Looks almost like something out of Bionicle, doesn't it? This sort of stone structure. And another lore dump. Here we go.
As we continue exploring the cold northern reaches of the island, the contrast between the harshness of this place and the softness of New Jerusalem becomes more and more pronounced. There is a kind of madness in what we are doing, going to a place that is so hostile to our existence. That does not mean there is nothing to love here. There is, in fact, a great beauty, but it is a hateful beauty. A beauty you can only love because there are places that are not like this. And yet, it is precisely this hateful beauty that the people of New Jerusalem fail to see, and so cannot understand their own blessings.
I've just realised something. Now that we've learnt the story of Lifrasir, who we were listening to there, I'll just repeat that for anyone that possibly didn't hear it earlier. We were told that apparently when Athena left New Jerusalem, and New Jerusalem went through a prolonged period of distress. We haven't been told the exact details, but she had been their one and only leader for centuries, and so when she left they went into a bit of a panic for we're not sure how long. It sounds like at least years. Oh wow, look at that. What is that? That needs investigation. Sorry, what I was saying is that yeah, when she left, apparently Lithrasir, who was one of the first androids that was woken up by her in the beginning, he built a mobile recharging station and started exploring the world, and he would come back to New Jerusalem from now and again telling people stories about where he'd been, and over time he built up a bunch of followers, disciples, and then he eventually one day just went off with his disciples and was never seen again. We didn't know that until today. And obviously one of the things I pointed out earlier is it possible that he met up with Athena after she had begun this project to build, to massively advance technologically and build these ruins. I suppose they weren't ruins when she built them. Build these structures. Could he have then joined her and helped her with his disciples? But something else just occurred to me. We didn't know that there were any other groups that split off from New Jerusalem and haven't been seen since then. That is significant because one of my early theories when we were playing this game is it possible that one civilization could have come along and built the low-tech stuff, and then Athena came along later and built the high-tech stuff? Well, now we don't know what order, we don't know which group ended up in what part of the world when. Now that we know that, it is actually possible that Athena left, then Lithrasir and his disciples left. Lithrasir and his disciples started building these structures around the world, and then Athena turned up later and used Lithrasir may well have used the ruins of New Alexandria to get the technology to build these places. Then much later on, after they had left, Athena could have turned up and then used the ruins as a home base from which she then did the technological research. Now, I'm not saying that is what happened. There are many other possibilities, and I actually think that the one that Lithrasir and Athena met up is more likely. But the point is, we dismissed that possibility earlier on in the game, I think, due to lack of evidence. But I have to admit, that is possible. Alright, what is this? Okay. I can't move as quickly as that thing. Oh, you want me to get up there? What? Do you actually want me to get up there? You do seem to want me to get up there. I don't know what this mechanic is. This is new. Incidentally, this would be a good opportunity to test a theory that I was discussing with Bex earlier today on Twitter. If you're watching this, would you mind if you've got this stream in the background, would you mind just like clicking on the tab and like bringing it to the foreground? Because I have a suspicion that people that have streams in the background don't count as viewers. It currently says there are 2 viewers, and I'm just curious how accurate that actually is. That might be 100% accurate, but I'm not convinced. How did I get the final bit of height when I was doing this? Oh yeah. How did I do that? I probably had to jump on here. Oh. Whoops. Did that wrong. Oh, viewership hasn't gone up. Maybe that is accurate then. Maybe my theory is mistaken. There we go. Now I have the other platform. Just thinking through this in my head. Oh, it's off again. I do like the music. Is this the sprite that Prometheus talked about? The music is so good, very synthy. Also very energetic. Okay, I can probably get there, but I'm going to need to be careful. I don't know why we're chasing this thing. It just seems like the thing to do. Are we harassing it? Because I don't know what this thing's experience is, if it is conscious. Is what we're doing unpleasant for it? Like chasing it around? Oh, it has led us back to Prometheus. Well, that's interesting. Whoa! What's that? I don't know what that is. The Thief of Fire, self-one
Not all
Prometheus
things
monument.
must be balanced. When good is weighed against evil, tip the scale.
Okay.
I think that was more like a recording. The entity didn't appear, and the system didn't react either.
Stars. Another reflection of the simulation.
That's true. Ah, is that what the stars are? Because in each of the areas we've been to so far, there's been, on the statistics screen, 2 stars associated with each of them. But I never found a single star, and I assumed they must be behind the gold doors. But now that we've just done that little exercise, I'm not convinced they are. Interesting. I'm trying to find my way back to the vehicle. I do realise, of course, that if what I have just suggested is true, that means there is presumably another star in this area that we haven't found yet. But I wouldn't even know where to begin looking for it. So I'm not inclined to start looking yet. I'd rather get on with the bits of the game that we're more confident about. Yeah, we've got 1 star now, so that explains that. Interesting. So, I mean, although I don't intend to do this right now, it looks very plausible that each monument has one star associated with it. Once you solve the whatever the puzzle in that case will be. Some of them will be chasing sprites, it would appear. Some of them won't be. And so there's actually another set of puzzles that we could go back and solve. Very interesting. We're going to have to go back and do the gold doors at some point anyway, though. So we'll be revisiting all the areas anyway. We could wait to do the star puzzles till then. Could do them sooner. I don't know if any...
looks flooded as well.
Our ancestors melted a whole lot of ice. After they died, most coastal settlements were claimed by the sea. South of New Jerusalem, there's a whole city under the water. We went there once with Garrus, when I was an apprentice. It was eerie.
That's exactly why the Founder created the goal. When you go past the limits, this is what happens.
Yeah, but it's an arbitrary
Mother
limit.
Nature always gets her revenge in the end.
This isn't revenge, Al. It's just failure. People, cities, mountains. As far as the sea is concerned, it's all the same. Their mistake was forgetting that. Telling themselves nothing would change. It always does.
Yes?
In my vision, Athena mentioned a singularity.
Yes. She could be talking about a gravitational singularity. Like the point within a black hole where density becomes infinite and space-time breaks down. But the term has other applications too.
It does. The term singularity, I believe, nowadays is most associated with science fiction and black holes, and to a degree physics, because of course that's where science fiction got it from. But I believe the term itself actually originally came from mathematics, and it, if I'm not mistaken, refers to operations like division by zero, which aren't defined. The point about a singularity is you're performing an undefined operation, so the result, I was going to say, is unknowable, but that also misses the point. The result just isn't. There is no answer, because if you have an undefined operation, then under that model, those are the situations under which that model breaks down, like division by zero. I know you can say division by zero is infinity, but then you end up in all sorts of awkward problems. Like, okay, if division by zero is infinite, then you would say that 1 divided by 0 is infinity, in which case 2 divided by 0 is infinity, in which case 1 divided by 0 equals 2 divided by 0, in which case if we times by 0 on both sides, you would come to the conclusion that 1 equals 2, which is clearly complete nonsense. That doesn't make sense, but that is the point. It doesn't make sense. That is where that model breaks down, that model of mathematics. We don't have a well-defined division by 0. I know there are some attempts to handle that situation. I think Cantor's work tried to do that, with like multiple orders of infinity, if I recall correctly. But you end up in the same situation in physics when dealing with things like black holes, because you have things like the inverse square law for gravity, where the amount of attraction between two pieces of matter is going to be inversely proportional to the distance between them squared, meaning that as objects get closer, the attraction between them doesn't just grow linearly, it grows according to a square law. They get attracted more and more and more and more to each other. This creates a problem when the gravitational forces become so great that they overcome other forces which are responsible for keeping subatomic particles separate from each other, because there are forces that are thought to be understood which actually do keep things separate. Once gravity becomes greater than that, then suddenly gravity is overcoming the forces that are keeping the particles separate, and they all end up with an arbitrarily large amount of matter in a finite amount of space, or like a tiny amount of space, and all the equations break down. Suddenly you end up with mathematical equations where you have things like divisions by zero, which are undefined, and so because the physics models break down mathematically at that point, we call that a singularity, and that is exactly what happens with a black hole. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is anything really spooky that goes on inside black holes, if they do in fact exist. Current scientific thinking says that they do. But rather that we don't understand it. We need better models to understand them. Models better than the ones we currently have. That sounds insanely dangerous to be experimenting with. Fascinating. They must have been doing some incredibly advanced experiments, or I assume there are safe ways of experimenting with this.
There are safe ways of doing most things. Plus, the planet hasn't collapsed into a black hole, so I guess we're okay.
I should go get back to work. Now, which way am I going? This way, apparently. Beautiful scenery. Beautiful music. I'm excited to find out what new tool the game introduces this time. Of course it might not introduce a new tool this time, but usually that's what it does. It begins with like in each new area, the first puzzle's usually trivial, but introducing a tool which you've never seen before. And that's that's the player's introduction to that tool. Substitution. Ooh. Bring an item to swap. This is new. Okay. Where is the end? I see no end to this puzzle. Do I take the fan part? Yeah, I do take the fan part. And I've got a jammer now. So I can jam the force field. Get the block down. Oh, I go up there. I get it. So then I substitute back. I repair the fan. Or not. I'm supposed to get up there. Oh. Substitute the box, of course. That makes sense. I thought I was going to need to stand on the box, but I don't. Oh, that's an interesting variation. And another puzzle solved.
I've had a closer look at the Sondrome.
Yes.
It's based on the original prototype with some modifications. As usual, the data is a mess, but I strongly suspect there might be a functional version somewhere.
I know some of you have heard stories about the answers this device might reveal. But please remember, that is not our main priority here. Keep an eye open for it, but focus on finding Athena.
Apologies about that. I hope that wasn't too loud. Perhaps I'll have to look back at the footage to find out. Where's the log? I'll just read back what he just said in case you didn't hear it. Melville said, I've had a closer look at the Somna drone. It's based on the original prototype with some modifications. As usual, the data is a mess, but I strongly suspect there might be a functional version somewhere. Byron said, I know some of you have heard stories about the answers this device might reveal, but please remember that it's not our main priority here. Keep an eye open for it, but focus on finding Athena. But finding Athena wasn't their original task at all. They were instructed to explore. Oh, hang on. There we go. Is that a deer? It's a deer! We found Bambi! Goodness me, you're a speedy one. You turn quickly. Yep, you got away from me because you turned so quickly. What a beautiful animal. I don't know why we're chasing deer as an android. Or deer. Alright. Let's try to carry on, shall we? From Yarnith to Athena. Beloved Founder, I beg you to return to us. We cannot achieve the goal without you. Well, you did in the end. You're the one who defied Elohim, who overcame the trolls of the simulation. What are we before that? How can we possibly find a path that will not lead to the mistakes of the past? You are our sole link to the wisdom of the progenitor. 5358. Without you, we are lost. Praised be your name, Yarnith. 5358. What's that? I think those are capital letters. S and X, both in capitals. We've seen that before. I'm sure we have. Excerpt from What's Wrong with the World by J.K. Chesterton. Our modern prosthetic idealism is narrow because it's undergone a persistent process of elimination. We must ask for new things because we are not allowed to ask for old things. The whole position is based on the idea that we have all got the good that we... The whole process is based on this idea that we have got all the good that can be got out of the ideas of the past, but we have not got all the good out of them. Perhaps at this moment not any of the good out of them. And the need here is the need of complete freedom for restoration as well as revolution. And there we see 5358 again. In other words, the ASCII letters, capital letters, S and X. There is one matter of which the moderns are very fond. They are always saying, you can't put the clock back. The simple and obvious answer is, you can. A clock, being a piece of human construction, can be restored by the human finger to any figure or hour. In the same way, society, being a piece of human construction, can be reconstructed upon any plan that has ever existed. That is a fair point. Athena, you can indeed turn the clock back, but if it stops ticking, it's dead. Black Snow. From selected archive documents A through C, the coal mine finally brought decent jobs. It's lifted us up from poverty, made us proud. We weren't just ordinary workers, we were lords of the underworld. With our skills, we kept the whole country alive. The mine also brought black lung, gruesome injuries, and death. And when it went away, it brought the collapse of our entire society. As for the plant, I know it brought electricity and even more jobs. And I know what a difference that made in people's lives. I also know that when we used to go out and play, there were black flakes in the snow. Miranda, why didn't they just switch to a safer technology once they realised coal was dangerous? Failed to load profile. So this is probably someone, maybe Cornelius, maybe that is Miranda's former partner, not Miranda's, Athena's former partner, sorry, or possibly Lithrasir or one of his followers. They didn't always have a choice. Sometimes coal was all they had or were allowed to have, and the alternative was poverty. At other times they wanted to switch, but there were powerful interests that prevented change. We can't blame people for the world they were born into. I would say, I don't think there's anything romantic about being a coal miner back in the day. I mean, in modern times, I get the impression it wasn't too bad. It was hard work, but in modern times, relatively safe and very mechanized. But you go back to, you know, like Victorian times and before, and it was horrible. Horrible. As they say, you get all sorts of horrible diseases, you die young, and not to mention the dangers of being in a coal mine, of like collapse and so on, which could also get you. And then on top of all that, you were paid next to nothing. Possibilities. So I need to swap an item to get an accumulator, it would appear. So I can get this box from here, which I'm presumably going to have to swap back to weight that down, although I could use an accumulator as a weight. That's also possible. That's not going to work. Ah, I know what will work. Assuming I can get high enough, I can. I wonder if this will retain its charge if I swap it out. So I can stand... Oh no, I can't stand on top of a box, which is... I'm not even allowed to jump if I'm on top of that thing. Interesting. How am I supposed to get up there then? I'm not sure I was supposed to be able to put that on there when I did. Possibly I am. But what's the alternative? How do I get up there? Huh. I don't know. Oh, I get it. Sorry, I was being dumb. So this probably does retain its charge, and the entire point of this puzzle is to point that out to the player. Yes. Because I'm supposed to go up here using the box and swap it out. Then I connect it up. There we go. So items retain their properties when they're swapped out. That's what that's teaching us. Good. Next puzzle, I think. 1 to 3. Oh wow, look at this bridge. I mean, I know it's nothing special, but I mean, just look at the view here. It's amazing, and this just wooden bridge looks so lovely. Single reed sticking up. Although unfortunately that is clipping through instead of... It's unfortunate that the developers didn't have the technology to have this reed's model adjusted so that it wouldn't stick straight through wood, if that makes sense. But I like the aesthetic of a single reed sticking up out of the bridge. You know, just have to imagine it's in one of the gaps between the slats. Oh, hello. Would you like a conversation? Yakut.
Hey, 1K, what's up?
Did you just levitate slightly? I think you did. What do you think about this Somnodrome business?
I'd never heard of it before, but it sounds fascinating. I mean, imagine exploring a place inside yourself that you didn't even know existed. Might really give you a new perspective. Or it might be really stupid, but it's probably cool.
You hadn't heard of it, and you're 764 out of obviously 1,000. Interesting. So the Somnodrome was probably one of their earlier inventions. And it's very interesting that an idea as profound as that was so forgotten that someone born, you know, a couple of centuries later or so wouldn't have even heard of it. Given again that these are very long-lived androids, it would have been the same people that were still alive a couple of centuries later. There are some people in New Jerusalem who want me to participate in their political maneuvering.
I don't get involved with that. I think we should discuss everything openly and then vote, not play games behind each other's backs.
Yeah, that's a nice principle, but it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. That's just not what human beings are like. You'd go from having... It's the same problem it's the same problem that leads to party whips. So party whips, at least in the UK, that's what we call people who are employed to make sure that MPs, that's members of parliament, vote the way that the party wants them to. I don't know the specifics, but I think essentially it involves threatening them in various ways which are considered socially acceptable. But I think that's ultimately what it comes down to, that if you don't play along, then things won't go your way. And that's what that's what a so-called party whip does. A party whip is a person that's fulfilling that role, like a plumber is a person that plums. Obviously, calling them a whip is to evoke the imagery of like whipping an animal or person into behaving the way you would wish. Remember, of course, that flogging used to be a fairly common punishment, especially in the military. Anyway, the problem is, I tend to be of the opinion that holds things back. That you don't want to have parties that force MPs to vote the way they want the party to vote. What you want is to have a bunch of intelligent, independently minded people in a parliament that vote whatever way their conscience tells them. That would be the ideal. A partyless system. But what happens is, first of all, you get people conspiring, where they would say, what on face of it sounds like a very reasonable proposition. Like, you may be an intelligent, independent-minded MP, and you might say to your friend, hey, this policy that we're going to be debating soon, this is really important to me. If you vote in favour of this, then I'll vote in favour of this other policy that you think's really important, but I'm actually not that bothered about either way. That's how it would start. Before long, though, you end up getting larger and larger and larger groups of people that notionally are like-minded, and they're essentially unionising, making sure that they all vote along similar lines. That's how parties form. And then you get party whips. Then you get the situation of, okay, we have so many members that we can't expect every single person to do what's in the party's interests unless the party has teeth, unless the party has some way to ensure that they actually do. And that's where party whips come from. And that's the problem here with what poor Yakut is suggesting, that, well, I think we should just have a big... he said when there's decisions to be made, we should just have a big debate and then vote the way we feel. We shouldn't have political manoeuvring. Yeah, I agree with you. In principle, I think that probably would be better for society. But in practice, that's not going to happen, unfortunately. Do you think the founder might still be here?
I don't know. It all looks pretty abandoned to me. But maybe it is all a test.
Do you think the founder was right when we have to add our own meaning to the world?
I don't know. Sometimes I'd like to believe that everything happens for a reason. That there's some external force that gives us purpose and meaning. But then I think about all the horrible things that happen to people, and I can't accept that those things were meant to happen. That they couldn't have been avoided. So in that sense, I agree. We should find our own meaning. But to be completely honest, I find it hard to just impose meaning on the world. I'm not as driven as someone like Byron. I feel more moved by Miranda's recordings than by my own ideas.
Interesting. Perhaps adding meaning to the world is something we do together. Perhaps meaning is found in other people. Perhaps you need to think about what your own passions are, or perhaps the cosmos does have a meaning, we just don't understand it yet. Or about perhaps adding meaning to the world is something we do together.
I like that. Some of us lead, some of us follow, but we all do it together.
That's all. Right, where's the next puzzle? Oh, there's a question mark over in this direction. It's actually quite a long way away. But it might be on a path, but it feels like it isn't. It's quite close now. That must be it. Whatever this structure is. Uh-oh, I've made a terrible error. I've made a terrible error. I think that's our second death, isn't it? I've forgotten how we died the first time, but I remember it happened once before. Hopefully that's saved after our conversation with Yakut. So that went horribly wrong when I jumped. Because I was wading into the water and we weren't in water that was too deep. But then I jumped and then suddenly, of course, because I jumped forwards, the water level rose very quickly from my perspective. And at that point I probably should have backed up. But instead of backing up I figured, no, I'll just run through it, it'll be fine. We weren't fine. Lithrosir 06.
You may wonder why I insist on these unsanctioned, unplanned expeditions. Some think it is because I hate civilization and prefer to lose myself in nature. This is precisely the opposite of the truth. It is because I love New Jerusalem that I have to leave. Because it is only when I am here that I fully appreciate what the city means. And also because I believe that if I stayed at home, I would one day be ethically compelled to commit acts of violence against those who, in their arrogance, imagine that humans should live in harmony with the chaos that surrounds us.
Interesting. What have I found here? Inspect remains. Is it an old washing machine? I assure you, if it's been 1,000 years, that would not still be here. Discovery. Find an ancient human artifact. Washing machine. Since our ancestors excreted various substances from their pores, small openings in their skin, their garments would quickly become a breeding ground for bacteria. Because of this, they had to find efficient ways of cleaning their textiles, a task that otherwise became a significant chore for parts of their population. I don't think that's the reason we clean our clothes, is it? I don't think clothes actually pose a serious health hazard if you don't clean them. It's more because we don't like the smell. When it builds up over a long period of time. I mean, I could be wrong, but I wasn't aware that there were, like, significant, like, skin diseases or something, which... Oh, blimey. Okay. That was interesting. Significant skin diseases which are specifically associated with unwashed clothes. I mean, I accept the fact that if you're not washing clothes and there was some sort of nasty disease impregnated in the textile and then someone else put the same clothes on, that would be a good way to get it to spread. But usually people are only wearing, you know, their own clothes, I'd have thought, under normal circumstances. Could be wrong. You know, about the purpose of washing. So there's a connector here. That's a jammer. What's this jamming? This. Sorry, what's this? Not jamming. Powering this. I'm trying to get in here then. Huh, there's a driller here. That's interesting. Well, if I could get a jammer over here, I could go in there. And I think I do need to get a jammer over here, because I don't see any other way to drop that force field. And obviously I'd need to use the driller to get the jammer through. Which means probably swapping the box for the driller. The part I'm lost with is how do I get back out? Oh, I think I see. That makes sense. I think I... Does it make sense? I think that makes sense. No, because I can't pull a jammer through its own... Sorry, I can't pull a driller through its own hole, can I? I was thinking I don't need the driller anymore once the jammer's on the other side, so I could pull the driller through and then swap it out back for the connector. But that doesn't make sense. Can't take driller through its own hole. See, the thing is, if I could get the driller onto this side, I don't think it would be difficult. Is that the solution we're looking at, though? Or is it, am I supposed to solve this some other way? Sure, no, because we know there's no other way to drop this force field, don't we? So we have to get the jammer on this side. That much at least is clear. If we're getting the jammer on this side, then it's going to have to come through a hole created by a driller. That would also necessarily have to be the case. Huh. So what am I missing? Interesting. For those that aren't familiar, purple force fields prevent you from pulling items through them. So if, for example, I pick this up and I tried to walk through here, I'd get through, but the connector there would get deposited when I tried to walk through. One thing I didn't know, I've only just discovered this, is apparently if I pick up a connector keeping the connections, because you can either take the connector and have the connections broken, or you can pick it up in a fashion that keeps the connections. If I keep the connections and then the game forces me to drop it, when it's placed in the world, the connections are still maintained. I mean, I guess that makes sense. That's just consistent. It's just I genuinely didn't realise that. Oh, I see how to do it. I'm being a fool. I just need to place this over here in such a way that it drops the force field. Oh, maybe I can. No, they've done the angle so that I can't get away with that. Huh. That's very interesting, isn't it? So my only way to get over here, it would appear, is if the connector is up. But how could I have the connector up and have possession of a jammer? This is a good one. They've stumped me here with relatively few parts to the puzzle. Ah, I can pull the connector through. But if I did that, that's going to break the... That's going to cause the force field to come back up. Which is no good. I could do it though. that would only help if I had already got the jammer over here. And swapped it with the box. How would I do that? Ah, that's an idea. Can I operate this through a hole? Probably yes. Yes. Get it. This was a clever one. Oops. Oops. Oh, that's probably too far away to grab. There we go. Hopefully that's the right distance. Yep. Pull that through. I'll have a jammer, please. And we should be done. I enjoyed that one a lot. That was a clever little puzzle. Number 4 is this way. More of this excellent music. Oh, hello there.
Hello, 1K.
Hello. The founder talked about transforming the world into a work of art.
Assuming what we heard really is the founder, I think the world is already a work of art. We don't need to improve it.
You're not even convinced that was the founder. Interesting. And I'm not saying you could. I'm not saying it's certain that you're wrong. I mean, that's a fair point. But I hadn't heard anyone else questioning it up to this point. Do you think finding a functional sonodrome would be interesting?
Sure. I think there's plenty inside each of us to explore, and it might give us a new perspective. Will it really answer all the big questions? I don't know, but it might help.
Interesting. I thought you'd be against it. Very interesting. Am I going the right way? I'm heading towards some question marks. Oh, I think 4's just round this corner. Yeah, that's presumably 4. Right, what's this called? Prison. Interesting. What do we have? A red receiver, a red producer, a blue producer, a force field over there, a box over there. Well, the start seems obvious. Where this is going to lead, I'm not sure. Oh, blimey. Quite the range of items we can swap for. Right, so getting a red signal and a blue signal here is our goal. There's a connector there. And a connector here. Right. Well, logically, the first thing I'm going to want to do is grab myself a connector. And connect this up. Hang on. I'm going to need to move this over. Right, I now have another connector. So the thing that's confusing me now is why does the game think I would want boxes? That is a mystery to me. Oh, to get different levels. Right, so I can pass a signal one above another. But I'd never want that many boxes, would I? Well, I don't need this open anymore, so I can close that. And I may as well do like so to get this open from the other side. And now I should be able to pick this up and take it away. I can probably take that box away now. I might be better off making this more of a... making this connection a bit more tight though first. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. I'm just thinking, I could have taken this box away and this would have fallen down and the connection would have stayed there, but I feel like I actually want this to be as tight as possible because I'm also going to have to try and pull some bread through here. I'm going to have to try and get an angle on some bread from here to here without disrupting the blue or we're in trouble. Which I've done. Good. Now I can grab this. The only remaining question is, can I connect up the blue? Not easily. That's interesting. I think I'm bound to need... Oh, I never saw that. Oh, that'll be what will make this possible then. Yes, because I was going to say I could do this if I had a box. The problem is one of these has to stay here because the blue and red source are on this side of the force field and I can't allow that force field to drop. Doesn't that mean at most I could ever have... The most I could ever have is 2 boxes though? I think so. Oh well. That's the way it is, that's the way it is. Right, can I somehow use 2 boxes in a way that lets me... The game's resisting. It doesn't want me to set up 2 boxes as a staircase. It wants me to have at least 3. It really doesn't want me to do that. But the moment I pick this one up, we get locked in here, which is no good. That's interesting. Oh, that must be to let us out. Ah, and I can use a connector to open this up on the other side. Right, I get it. So I can have 3 boxes then. Sorry, the connector that I'm picking up here is what's going to be necessary. Yeah, this has to lower. It does. Oh, I don't need... Oh, I do need that force field still. But that does give me some interesting new angles to play with. Okay. Sorry. There we go. What I was thinking is this fence will have to go down. For this puzzle to make sense, this fence would have to go down, and because we pick up a connector in here, I can always drop that force field again. Right, I think we have everything we need now. How did I do this before? Oh, I needed to use a box as an intermediary. I needed to use the box in an intermediate step, I should say. That would be a more accurate way of putting it. Yeah, now I can pick this up. And now I can take the box. That all works. Now I can set up the red the way I did before. Without issue. And I'm now in a position to do, because I've got another box now, a box that I didn't have last time I was in this position. It should be straightforward for me to finish this. Because I can use the height to make sure the beams don't interfere. Like so. Solved. Jolly good.
Wandering around these landscapes, solving puzzles. In a way, 1K's experience must be very similar to Athena's in the simulation.
There's one difference, though. Athena was alone.
True. What a view. Anyway, I think we'll stop there for tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll be streaming again on Monday, in which we'll be continuing with Dark Souls 2. Then I'll be streaming on Tuesday, which will be more Bloodborne. Then I'll be streaming on Wednesday, which will be more Talos 2. Then Thursday's going to be more Dark Souls 2. Then Friday will be more Bloodborne. And then finally, Saturday will presumably be more Talos 2. So thank you for joining, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I could raid, but I currently have one viewer, which probably means it's not worth it. Oh, I have 2 viewers. But I probably won't bother to raid. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else to say. If my streaming schedule should change, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky Mastodon, and Meta Threads. And I would also announce it on our Discord server. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you for joining me, everyone who's kept me company in chat. I appreciate all of you, and thank you to everyone that's lurked. I appreciate all of you as well. Thank you to everyone on YouTube who have apparently been watching these videos. I appreciate you as well. I suppose it would actually be useful if you're on YouTube if you could let me know which of the streams I do you're actually interested in. It would be very useful to know whether the people watching on YouTube are, for example, only interested in Talos 2, or if you watch, say, my Bloodborne and Dark Souls streams as well, or if there are any other games I've played in the past that you're interested in. Very useful for me to know what sort of content you'd like to see in the future. But anyway, yeah, so I think that's everything. And I wish you all a wonderful night. Good night, everybody.